ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made of. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up, it's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to rise. I'm ready to throw down, it's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise, don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up, I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart, I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello and welcome to the Acuta AOSC Super Series live on the iRacing Esports Network and live on Apex Racing TV. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick and alongside me for today's racing is Daniel Leet with Scott Newton on the cameras. And we're here for the second half of the season, Daniel. This is round 9 of this 16-round championship and we're back into the Enduro meets and it is around at Barcelona today.
Yeah, good evening, Sam, to all the viewers tuning in. Great to have you back again for another fantastic round of the AOSC. And yeah, Barcelona, it's a great circuit. The guys got a little bit of a run in it early on in the pre-season and thoroughly enjoyed it. So very much looking forward to seeing how the V8s roll out here again tonight.
Absolutely. Massive thanks to all the sponsors, of course, for the series who make this championship possible. Of course, Acuta Solutions, providing rigging hardware and safety equipment. Next Level Racing, doing racing and flight cockpits, and will also be providing a direct drive base to a driver this season. Abruzzi Racewear, doing custom sim racing and real racing gear. Motor Simulations, you have VR racing centres all around Australia. Night Rider Designs, creating personal liveries for drivers and teams on iRacing. Wolf Graphics, doing personalised stickers and signs. Sam Blacklock Media, doing the race highlights photos. You'll be able to see that on the AOSC Super Series Facebook page after today's event. And then, of course, Race Management Service as well, helping out with the race control and also setting up all the sessions and that stuff. The drivers are currently in their qualifying session. They got half an hour to put in their best possible time. I've only got about 4 more minutes of this qualifying to go. 137 laps today, Daniel. This is these endurance races, they are proper endurance races as well. And so far this season has been absolute domination from the championship leader, James Scott, in all of these events. Here he is, of course, a massive advantage over the rest of the field. And this lead has mainly been attained during these endurance meets. However, him and Evolution Racing Team have been pushed many times so far this season. Can we expect to see a new winner for the first time in one of these endurance events today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ERT, as you say, been class act throughout the entirety of the opening stint, 4 on the trot to start off the season, hence the good results. But we're starting to see some really solid challenges bring it to these guys week in and week out now. United Esports, recently newly formed team. They got some very quick drivers amongst them. Kyle Stokes and the guys at Synergy, very good also. So up and down the field, some really good contenders. I mean, hang on, we might as well also throw Michael Teliancic and his team in there as well, like the One Performance Racing guys. They're doing a fantastic job. So, also Shoot Sim Racing it is. But there's so many good challenges out there, and we're going to have a lot of these guys coming all the way through, having a solid run. And I think the big thing that's going to throw the door wide open tonight is iRacing rolled out just recently the new tyre model change to these cars. A little bit of a last minute thing where all these guys now have had to rethink all the setups and change the driving style. So it's really anyone's game this time.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. Small changes like that make a massive difference. And of course, this track is safe to say there's going to be a lot of tire degradation. Long corners around this place. Pretty much every single one of these corners is long, and we're using the historic layout today, which I must confess was a slight surprise to me. However, I was quite pleased because we don't have to deal with that fiddly chicane right at the end of the lap. Instead, we can pretty much lap as we normally would, which is absolutely superb. So it'll be a very fast end to the lap, and of course not using that tight turn turns to hang a bit more of a swooping corner. Instead, currently, it is Joshua Anderson, Logitech G Altus Esports on pole position, a team who I don't believe have taken a pole so far this season, but considering how close it usually is, they've got a handy advantage, 42.18, a 4/10 clear of the rest of the order. So that could well be the fact that they've got a little bit of an advantage with the setup, as you were talking about before, Daniel, how maybe they've found something that everyone else hasn't, because that is a ginormous gap in this championship.
Yeah, it's a pretty sizable pace advantage right now. I'd expect we'll see a lot of the guys coming back through a little bit more. Obviously, the EIT cars and Sim Racing United are all going out on their outlap. So potentially they will bump up the orders there as well as those tyres come in. But for Logitech at the moment, yeah, it's a nice little cushion to have as we near the end of qualifying.
Yeah, this won't be many more opportunities for the drivers to set lap times. They can complete the lap that they start. Here is that old turn 10, which personally, not a massive fan of it. It kind of takes away an overtaking opportunity with this version. However, it's got a slightly more flowing element to it. And then this penultimate corner is absolutely superb. Of course, iRacing scanning this place when they extended the runoff area. So plenty of room for the drivers. I don't expect to see too many safety cars in today's race. We have got one guaranteed, which will come out at a random point. And of course, whenever drivers want to tow back to the pits as well, they will have to get a safety car for that one as well. United Sim Sports still in 4th place with El Nabi. He did just improve, but I don't believe he moved up any places. So they remain rooted to 4th position. Top 2 in the pits, by the way. Andrew Gilliam had a very good last round of the championship, actually. At Stilston managed to get 3rd place. I believe it was his first podium of the season. And Pursuit Sim Racing continuing to be very strong. They're currently up in 3rd place as the checker flag is out. So any times that the drivers have started, they are allowed to finish. But this will be it as El Nabi tries to get absolutely everything out of that supercar to try to get on the front row of the grid at least.
Yeah, and he's going to have a little bit of traffic to contend with, so we'll keep an eye to see whether that will cause any issues. I don't think it will at this point, so should be okay to set a decent lap. Mark 1 team going around again, currently down in 9th. Some reasonably good second times for PBs at the moment, but we'll see whether they're able to improve as they come to the second or final corner now.
Yeah, Mark 1 Esports, yeah, they could perhaps get into the top 10. Only needs to improve by 0.31 of a second to move up place. It's 0.2 of a second slower though. You can see there, 43.494. No improvement. What can El Nabi do? Usually it's Haber who does these qualifying sessions in the endurance meetings. Only 3 sectors. It's to iRacing for doing that rather than the 5 or 6 that we sometimes see. Doesn't use too much of the space. This should be a valid lap time. 2 purple sectors. And it's an improvement. It's not enough though. He remains in 4th place again. Well, that is remarkable. He set 2 purple sectors, but that middle sector must have made a mistake or something in United Sim Sports, who are usually the strongest team in qualifying, only down in 4th place. Good lap time there from Chick Motorsports HRS to move up into 9th place, just promoting them up 1 position. And Pursuit Sim Racing 3 also improving right at the end, but not enough to improve on a lap time. So I believe that is pretty much everyone across. Everyone else, I think, is just doing their in-laps at the moment. And so we're going to get this race underway. I wonder if we could just see the weather, what the temperatures are like around this circuit at the moment, because it can get pretty warm around this place. And 44 degrees Celsius is going to cool down, I guess, as the race goes on, Daniel, but that is... That's tricky conditions to start off. That's going to be high tide deck, to say the least.
Yeah, it's a really slick track as we're just keeping our eye. Bradley Rattu moving the EXG car around, that car very loose in the rear end. A lot of that potentially due to that hot track condition out there at the moment. So something the guys will definitely need to play into, and tyre pressures are going to be key to trying to get them to survive over the course of these stints.
So everyone disappears on circuit. And we are about to grid up for this round 7 of the round 9 even. Round 9, apologies, of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. And it's Josh Anderson on pole position for Logitech G Altus Esports. He is on pole alongside him. I believe this grid a little bit modelled up, so actually I'll just go through it on my screen. Anderson for Logitech G Altus Esports on pole position. That's Evolution Racing Team. Pursuit Sim Racing, United Sim Sports 1, Pursuit Sim Racing again. Synergy Sim Racing lines up in 6th. And that's 1 Performance, DPR Racing 1, Trick Esports, HRS, and Pursuit Sim Racing 3 in 10th place. Then it's GRM Enduro, Astro Gaming, Altus Esports, Mach 1 Esports Yellow, EXG Motorsports Red, Evolution Racing Team 26, KRF the driver's seat, Premier Racing Team, watch out for them, car number 1 in 17th, and then in 18th is Evolution Racing Team, 1.4 seconds off the pace. Then it's United Sim Sports, DPR Racing 2, Tanked SRT, Synergy Sim Racing, ANZ, Motorsports, Injectors Online Racing, Mach 1 Esports Red, Mach 1 Esports Green, Pursuit Sim Racing 7, Synergy Sim Racing 4, KRF Motorsports, Team 88 Racing, Fishy Motorsports, Reaper Sim Racing, PRA 696, 969, SSF Penrite Racing 747, SSF Penrite Racing 054, then it's EXG Motorsports Black, Right Sim Racing, Middle Finger Racing, Sim Speed, KF Penske Driving Shots, and they are the rest of the drivers as well. I do not want to miss the start of this race, as pretty much all the drivers are on the grid, and we're about to get underway. Then here at Barcelona, 137 laps, 650 kilometers. And away we go. Can Anderson hold the lead? It's a very long run down into turn 1. And I think he is going to be under massive pressure straight away. A change for the lead. We've almost got 4 wide. Is there going to be any contact amongst the front runners? That's an incredible start from United Sim Sport 1. From 4th on the grid, they've straight away got into the lead. That is a remarkable launch right there for them. Logitech G Altus Esports remain in 2nd place. It looked like Evolution Racing Team 88 were going to take the lead. They've remained in 3rd place, or even dropped a place to 3rd place, as it's alongside 4th at the moment, with Italiancic trying not to lose a place to Synergy Sim Racing at the moment. Still side by side for 4th place as they make their way into turn 5 for the first time in this race. It looks like Italiancic is just going to have the upper hand there, and Pursuit Sim Racing remain in 4th place. But, well, that's flashbacks to was it 2011 with Alonso storming into the lead from 4th on the grid? That was remarkable from Harley Haber.
Yeah, really solid jump there from Haber, and starting to gain that little bit of momentum, but 4 wide on the run into 1. A lot of people giving a lot of room there, and as we see, that car promoting a long way up. Really good jump for Logitech Altus G. Little disappointing for ERT, but we've seen what they're like over the course of the long run. They'll definitely work their way back up towards the front. Italiancic now, he's got the Synergy car right behind him. That's a good little scrap now for 4th position.
It is tricky to overtake round this circuit, and so if you can hold off initially, get yourself into a rhythm, then it can be very tricky to come back later on. The slipstream effect in these cars not particularly strong, but we're about to complete this first lap, and I don't think it could have been a much better first lap for United Sim Sport 1. They lead, Harley Haber taking the lead from 4th on the grid. I mean, gonna have to get a replay of that later on. It was remarkable. Not sure I've ever seen a better start. It is a long run down into this turn 1. It's a wide circuit as well. Side by side for 6th place, I believe, with David Kimmond. Already down 1 place. He's having to hold of Adam Briggs at the moment. Just about managed to achieve that, I believe, did Kimmond. But yeah, like I said, he is down 1 place. There's now Pursuit Sim Racing to drop down. Must have been a mistake there from Kimmond, because all of a sudden he's lost a lot of time to Adam Briggs just in front of him. The gap already up to 2/10 of a second. Also, one of the Pursuit team drivers, I think, trying to go down the inside. That was, Pursuit Sim Racing 3 trying to get past 1 Performance 12. And you can see that James Stewart trying to defend just on the inside does a pretty good job. And overtaking at turn 7 is notoriously tricky.
Yeah, it certainly is, but these guys will start leaning on each other a fair bit now as we continue to see a run up here. Stewart closing back in. He's got that one performance car just ahead of him. Looks like the GRM car just going for a move also, as these guys continue to work their way up. Some big movers throughout the course of the field already, and still plenty more battling coming up.
Issue for Sean Thompson and KF the driver's seat at the moment, as Jack Boyd sticks his car down the inside. I think he's, apologies, that's David Kimmond staying ahead at the moment of these drivers. Boyd's trying to come back, and he is now ahead, is Jack Boyd for GRM Enduro. still this battle ever so close. Also side by side with, is that Taliancic having to defend for Pursuit Sim Racing. John Ross just going off the circuit for a moment. That's Ross getting ahead then of, Jordan Ross is up into 4th position. And that is a big move from him, getting up into 5th place. And now can set his sights on the 3 teams ahead of him. Apologies if the live timing was a little bit stopped for a moment, but should be back up and running again. And already Ross is pulling away a little bit. Lap 1, turn 5, racing incident. Multiple cars, we didn't see that one, so that was must have been a little bit further down the order. Clearly a few drivers getting involved in that, but they have decided that's just a racing incident, as we so often see down that turn 5, and that's probably a wise decision from the stewards. Big thanks to them, of course, for keeping everyone in line in today's race.
Continue watching this little scrap here for 3rd position. Synergy Sim Racing car with Jordan Ross doing a really good job now, starting to actually gain a little bit of an advantage over Pursuit Sim Racing 1 right behind, and DPR getting involved in this. This will be a nice run down for them into turn 1. We'll see where they get a move done. They're also going to have a little bit of traffic just exiting the pit lane that they're going to have to contend with as well. It looks to be another one of the Synergy cars going to be well down the order after some earlier issues for them.
Brenton Hobson, I believe, the driver just ahead, the 018 car. Does seem as though that's because Taliancic in 5th position at the moment. Yeah, down 2 places, which is rare for the 777 car. It usually really comes on strong in the race. We saw at Montreal, they were really impressive after not a fantastic qualifying session. I think they qualified something like 9th, and by the end of the first stint, they're up into 4th place. And if it weren't for a late disconnect with about 40 minutes of the race to go, they could have certainly have challenged for the win, would have at least got a podium, undoubtedly. Going for a slightly alternative strategy. So strange that they're dropping back a little bit at the start of this race today here at Barcelona. Jacob Knight, as we look a little bit further down the order. Plenty of packs of drivers up and down the order. And Knight currently trying to get past the Evolution Racing team car ahead of him. Up 17 places, I'm seeing from Jacob Knight. That is remarkable if that is true.
Yeah, that's a great jump for those guys from where they qualified earlier on to already be moving up. So fantastic leap off the line. One of the Pursuit cars right behind them, though, already missing the rear wing off the back of that car as well. So a little bit of damage for those guys to contend with, which not what you want to see so early on in the race, but still they will get back in. But with 26 just in front of Jacob Knight, definitely a good challenge for him, and that'll see him potentially move up on the spot here.
Not using much space, are they, going through the final corner? Maybe a few other drivers using a bit more space now. But also, of course, you don't want to pick up too many incidents, otherwise you will get some penalties. This is a place for the leads. And in fact, there's been a change for the leads. It is Logitech G Altus Esports. After starting from pole position, they have managed to get back past Harley Haber and the United Simsports 1 car. And we have got a change for the lead then, and that could be very important. Like I said earlier on, it's tricky to overtake around this place, and this is how Anderson managed to do it. Down the inside into turn 1, simple as you like. Not too much defence put up by United Simsports, so we'll see if maybe that slipstream effect can help them to drag close still. But that is, big move from Anderson, who doesn't always drive this car apparently, but still quick enough driver to be leading this field.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Josh Anderson, a driver with a lot of skill behind him. For those who know him pretty regularly, races a lot of the Porsche Cup car, but very quick and talented driver out there as well. So for that fight there, though, Harley just falling back don't think he's going to really want to push it this early on. We are only on working lap 5, or actually about to start working lap 6, so still a long way to go here. Right behind though, the ERT car starting to move up and maybe eyeing off a positional change up into second very soon.
As we see the replay of what happened at the start of this race, here was Haber in a little bit of a slipstream off the podium, and there's enough space on the inside. Why not go for it? I thought he was going to be the one who backed out of it, to be honest, Haber. He would have known as well that there were 3 drivers on his outside, and here we are. Just better launched than everyone.
Yeah, really solid launch. He thought about trying to split the guys up the middle, not quite able to get there with the drive, but then down the inside all the way to turn 1, nicely done. And a little bit of awareness there from the ERT car just to let the guys through, but for everyone else behind, a fantastic start, no contact, which is what we want to see.
Now it's half surprising as well to see James Scott for Evolution Racing Team actually lose out to Logitech G AOSC Sports as well, because they did get ahead momentarily through turn 1, but then had to give that place back again as they were a little bit slow on the exit. But of course, that's been slightly undone. Now Logitech G AOSC Sports back into the lead now. Yeah,
it's starting to gain a little bit of a gap over everyone now, 6/10, as you can see on the timing tree there. So pulling away quite nicely, that pace coming back for those guys now. A little further down the order though, some good battles starting to heat up. Keeping an eye here with Matt Deere, currently in 23rd, and the lock-up from one of the Pulse Sim Racing cars, which is going to almost open the door there. We've got Riot Racing and EXG Motorsports starting to close in as well, so this battle for 15th about to start heating up as well. And then further down, there's some other great battles still continuing on throughout this field.
Everyone perhaps just getting into a slight routine now, slight rhythm. Want to save the tyres as much as you possibly can. These drivers will want to go long in this first stint, but as we said before the race even started, high track temperatures right now, so this first stint for the tyres is going to be really tricky. If there's any silver lining, I guess after this stint it'll look easy for these drivers to the end of the race. The tyres will barely be a problem if you can cope in this first stint. We really don't want to cut it too short, otherwise that's going to put pressure on you later on. No safety cars so far in this race. Seen a few early safety cars in the sprint races so far this season, but not too many in the enduros. There's contact now with Knights opening the door. And is he going to lose that place? He has got a better run out to the corner. He does stay ahead of Jamie Stovall with Pursuit Sim Racing, but that was very close. And that was a little bit aggressive as well from Knights. Stovall managed to get himself alongside on the inside into 5, and Knights very much was saying to his rival that he was never going to come past.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough move there, but no major issues. We see though Stovall trying to get that car back up and past Knight, not quite able to do it though, but just looking for those opportunities where he can come back through. If anything, this is actually going to help Brendan O'Brien there start to increase his gap over these two. You can already see him over the course of this half a lap gaining just a fraction here and there, and that'll help release him to go on and that. But Stovall already dropping back a little bit, which I'm a bit surprised at though, and that's giving Knight a little bit of free room now.
As we see the battle for 16th place, Rob Bowden versus Adam Blocker. And this is Bowden losing out then to Blocker down the inside. And that is a good move from Mach1 Esports Green past Tank's SRT. And now he's got 2 seconds to catch up to Reese Keane. 10 places gained for Blocker as well. So a few of these teams really gaining plenty of places already in this event. Plus qualifying not too important in endurance racing, especially when we get as many safety cars in this race as we sometimes do. The field very much reset, but it is always very useful to make up those places you perhaps lost on your 1 lap speed. And of course right now the field very much bunched up. The top 17 just separated by just 22 seconds. As long as you stay on the lead lap, remember, that is the main thing in these races. If you're on the lead lap, then when the safety car does inevitably come out, then you will remain on the lead lap rather than dropping one lap down. So certainly worth bearing that in mind. Premier Racing Team, another team who have gained plenty of places. We thought that was quite inevitable anyway, seeing that they are usually running particularly well in these endurance races. A lot of experience in this team. Brian Borg heading up the squad, at least completing the first stint, and you can guarantee that they're going to very much be there at the end of the race. That they have been one of the most consistent finishers so far this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, may not always get the best qualifying result, and we've seen that a few times throughout the course of the championship, but they do have a really good race pace, really good racecraft, and do work their way up over the course of the long run. You can see Borg just maintaining a good gap now over the 868s there as they work their way up through turn 2. And this corner is going to put a lot of pressure later on this race on those outside left tyres. And you can see Mark McCann almost getting a move up there, but we're going to have to keep an eye later on though to see how these tyres unfold, especially, you know, we touched on it earlier, new tyre model for all these guys, how well have they been able to adapt the setups, and whether they've got that little tweak that's just going to help them last a bit longer. But for right now, the pace is very consistent for both these two.
Yeah, we might see the pace change for different teams as this stint goes on, as maybe some drivers burn through their tyres quickly and then other teams come back later on in the stint. So certainly something to watch out for. Usually Pursuit Sim Racing, particularly Taliantic, whenever he's driving, can make the tyres last pretty well and has some good pace at the end of the stint. So watch out for him. But so far, it's not been too much of a change. The drivers who were quick at the start of the race pretty much getting quicker and quicker. Are we going to see a change of position? Third sector of the lap to the right-hander. Got to be so patient. Don't want to get any wheel spin if you can possibly help it. I think these drivers will be quite thankful that we don't have to deal with the chicane, because accelerating from there and then, of course, accelerating through this corner as well would be ever so tricky. Instead, final two right-handers are a little bit more simple on this configuration of the circuit. It's very close to second place, and in fact, James Scott for Evolution Racing Team 088 has moved up into second place. He's got past Harley Haber. They are still side by side, I believe, if we could go to that, as Scott diving down the inside. Haber wants to hang on to this one. He wasn't too fussed about losing the race lead earlier on, but he seems to be more desperate to hold on to this position. He has lost it though. Fantastic rivalry, particularly between these two drivers. I believe they fought for the race win at Montreal a few weeks ago, along with plenty of other battles so far this season. But this time, it is going to be, in fact, it's actually Haber ahead of Scott, so managed to defend very impressively there, did the United Sim Sports driver.
Yeah, really good run there for Haber. Losing a little bit of time though, you can already see how far that Logitech G car is already moving off down the line, but Haber doing a really good job, just runs that car a fraction wider, just to be defensive and hold Scott just behind him there. But there's not much between either of these two, and from what we've seen so far, especially in the last Enduro at Montreal, these two were the standouts throughout the course of the field, and fought nail and hammer and tong right to the end there to conclude that one. And I think we're going to see the exact same again. It looks like though that ERT car just having a little bit of trouble with connection, dropping in just a fraction in and out, and that's going to be a little bit unsettling for Haber also.
Apologies, I got slightly confused around that turn 5-6 area, saying that Scott was the one who got ahead. You can see their liveries are quite similar, and I have made this point before, and we've made it on the AOLTC Championship as well, which you would have seen yesterday as well on Apex Racing TV. Unfortunately, that event being slightly cut short due to an iRacing update. But blue is certainly the colour to go for, and also white as well. In Formula 1 it's now black. That's certainly the colour to go for. But in this series you can see blue and white. Come on guys, mix up. So it has some magenta in there, as Marco Barbanero would say. Mix up these liveries a little bit. There are some fantastic designs though, up and down the order, including actually Logitech G Alta C Sports. They have got a very nice livery on that machine, bright yellow. Always good to see. There you can see the gap. That is quite a lot of overspeed. Yet to see who Anderson's teammates is though. So could still very much change round as Scott is almost close enough for a move into 10. Doesn't go for it. And of course, Jordan Ross and also Adam Briggs as well for DPR Racing, having an awesome race as Briggs. In fact, on that last lap, Briggs closed in on these guys by nearly 1 second. You remember him getting past Michael Taliancic earlier on in this stint. Taliancic, by the way, for Pursuit Sim Racing, still falling down the order. He's only just ahead of Jack Boyd and Brad Ryan at the moment in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, starting to fall off the back of the train just a fraction, but still a good fight for both of these guys. A little further down, GRM, One Performance Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing. These guys have been pretty close to tail for quite a few laps now, and not much between them, each having a little look at certain different areas of the circuit. And for all the viewers tuning in, if you do want to keep an eye on where those drivers are, the link to the SDK Gaming, you can pull up the live timing and also the track map, which great to see where all these guys are currently. But these three at the moment, very, very close together, not much between them. And I think we're going to continue to see this throughout the course of the race, where these guys have very close setups and speed within these cars. We're going to get these little packs starting to form right up through the field, and we're already starting to see that now. And interesting to see where these guys are a little bit quicker, a little bit weaker, and where they can make those advantages.
I was surprised how many overtakes we saw actually in the opening stages, but in the last few laps it does seem to become a slightly more of a premium overtakes. And I'm sure Jack Boyd is feeling that pain up there as he has a big slide. Is he going to be under pressure from behind? He's almost off the circuit going into turn 9. That's a load of pace lost, and that's going to be a 1x as well. Don't want to get too many of them. I believe it's 35 incidents, and we can actually keep you up to date with all those incidents. Apparently the highest anyone has got is 10 incidents. That was actually GRM's 7th incident. A few teams actually on very few at the moment as well. A shout out to Team 88 Racing on 0 incidents. Always good to see drivers keeping it within the white lines. We'll try to keep that up to date for you as this race goes on, but we've seen issues like that so far this season quite a bit, with drivers picking up and teams picking up 35 incidents, and it does seem like today we are going to have a few teams at least who are going to break that barrier. No move by the end of this straight forward, staying ahead of Ryan. It's just kind of close behind them. It's not mega close. There's actually pretty good bats right now. Just looking down at 27th place, SSF Henright Racing, ahead of CNG Sim Racing and Mach 1 Esports Red and Middle Finger Racing as well. Here they all are. So this pack was all quite red on our timing screens, and so way worth keeping an eye on them at the moment. Might actually see a move into turn 1. Outbreaking. This is Todd Parks. Apologies, Ian Burke's going down the inside, and Todd Parks has to go off the circuit and then over the bumps as well. That can cause a bit of damage to your machine, and he loses a couple of places. That's the Synergy Sim Racing driver.
Yeah, and interesting just keeping an eye on the way these cars are braking, and I've noticed it with a few other drivers out there already tonight. The back end's really getting unsettled as they run into these corners, and I know we touched on it quickly at Montreal, but seeing a lot of these guys set these cars up with a huge amount of rear brake. We just see Ian Burr with a little wiggle again, and that might be coming back just to hurt them a little bit. So potentially some changes in the roll bar, and here we are. We just catch that on frame and just see that back end stepping out a little bit on the run in there. Just as he gets to that critical point where the car turns in, you can just see it wobbling around, and that's really unsettling for these guys with how these cars are set up. So something they're going to have to keep an eye on. But I was going to say, they can make some minor tweaks with those roll bars, front and rear, just to help settle that down, and hopefully we'll see how they go. Taliancic, though, getting on with business down in 6th position, which is good to see. Stovall and O'Brien coming back at it for these two as well, down in the 17th and 18th, 16th and 17th position for both them, and a good little fight.
Yeah, ERT now down 4 places. O'Brien struggling a bit at the moment. Just wondering, are we going to see usually in this series we see the teams limited by fuel, so they go as fast as they possibly can on the tank of fuel, and they'll try to limit the amount of stops basically based on that. Do you think there's a risk today that instead of fuel, they're going to be limited by tyres, where they get to a certain point in the race and they just think, let's change the tyres, and actually be willing to make one extra pit stop just so that they got fresher tyres through the race? Do you think that's a possibility, or do you think it's just going to be same old with the fuel as normal?
No, I think we're on a really unknown here with the way these tyres have changed. It's going to be interesting to see what that's going to be like over the course of the long run. So I've been keeping an eye on some of the chat going through the community today, and drivers are saying that yes, you can lock them up, given a little bit they come back and the performance is still there. And it's just finding that balance of what you need to make an adjustment on the setup for. How do you go? And here we are with the onboard of Stovall looking down into the corner, not quite able to get that done. But yeah, it'll be interesting just to see how these guys take it. I'm sure all the setup engineers behind, in the background there have been cutting monstrous amounts of laps, trying to get their teeth around this and get on top of it just to set themselves up for a run. And we're already seeing that with a few guys out there tonight, really starting to have the performance there. And I think they'll make some tweaks for the guys that haven't potentially got it. They'll change those bars out. Potentially those tyre pressures will be back up and going again.
Pretty much an entire Australian-New Zealand league this. So the judges were had all day. The patch came out. I'm just trying to think how many hours ago. It would have been released properly about 13 hours ago, 12, 13 hours ago, as Stovall, out of nowhere, almost gets overtaken. Now he has to go around the outside at turn 3. Is there going to be contact? So Sullivan going to just nip down the inside. Still going side by side through 4. The outside lane often works well actually through turn 4. There's not too many marbles at the moment because side of 4 turns into the inside at 5. They are rubbing doors at, and once you have the inside for 5, this should be enough. Can he get his entire car ahead? Yes, he can, and there's not a long enough run down into T6 to get back ahead. So that was worrying a little bit for Stovall for a second. Then they nearly lost out to the ERT car behind. Trying to help out his teammate probably is Sean Evans, trying to help out Quentin O'Brien just up the road. No success on that occasion. Now looks down to the inside into 10. Going for a move into a lot of corners at the moment. But the outside line, there's a lot of left, right, and so you can stay around the outside. It can prove very useful for you. This is one of the few areas of, I guess you have 4 consecutive right-handers now to finish this lap and start the next. And all this bats and losing them a heap of time and getting the others involved. By the way, these drivers, they are only about 0.4 of a lap behind. So expect them to last for probably the first 2 hours or so before they do begin to get lapped. As again, another attempt. This does feel slightly ineligible. And ERT finally, Sean Evans starts to move up into the top 20 places, and Stovall struggling a little bit right there.
Yeah, struggling just a touch, but will continue coming back. Ken Ladder in the Mark 1 car, currently sitting in that 13th position at the moment. He's got one of the Astro Gaming cars just ahead of him, and right behind Injectors Online, who are starting to work their way back up through the field as well. So these guys at the moment currently fighting over the 13th, 14th, 15th position. Good little train really starting to form up. A couple of those Mark 1 cars involved in that. And we've got everyone here up and down throughout the field. Just in front of that though, you've also got Brian Hall, a couple of the Pursuit Sim Racing cars as well, starting to get into a good little scrap over that 10th position as well.
A lot of cones still flying around this part of the circuit. Good to see the stands as well, absolutely packed. Always managed to miss whenever I watch this place in real life. The size of the stands, they're absolutely huge around this circuit. Jack Boyd, meanwhile, I'm sure plenty of people are going to see this. There might even be a raw cheer if they're particularly big fans of Brad Ryan, who is trying to get past into 7th place. But Boyd, so far for GRM Enduro, has been absolutely faultless in his defence. And still remains ahead. Is Taliancic trying to come back into this one a little bit more? I did predict that he'd come on strong by the end of this stint. We are only halfway through, remember, this opening stint of the race. And so if the tyres all of a sudden drop off right now for you at this point, then well, you're going to be in big trouble, especially with this over 40-degree track temperature we got out on circuit at the start of this race. We'll be cooling down. Currently about 2:30 in the afternoon, as there's a pit stop for Andrew Johnston in the SSF Penrite Racing car. He will drop a lap down, I imagine, so that'll be a little bit tricky for him. He's going to come out amongst the front runners, I believe.
Yeah, well, our leaders are working their way through the second to last turn at the moment, so a little bit of a tricky spot there for him to be in. We'll keep an eye. It looks like potentially the pace car's coming out as well. You can see it just creeping down the lane as well, so we could be in for our first random safety car of the night here.
And in fact, a couple of teams are coming in. One team which hasn't come in is Logitech G Altus Esports. So it does seem like we are going to get a safety car, and here we are then. So a little bit late coming up on our screen, but there it is. Safety car is deployed. Not quite sure why that is. We will try to figure it out, see if there has been any tows back to the pits. But everyone, and I mean everyone, is coming into the pits apart from the race leaders. Logitech G Altus Esports, and I wonder that, of course, the drivers and the teams get a different notification to us. They'll be told on the radio that the pace car is coming out, almost certainly much earlier than we were told on this occasion. So I imagine they were given a bit of time, and this very much reminds me of the Aussie Mixed and Fixed series, which we broadcast on a Sunday, of course, Daniel, where for a couple of rounds of the championship so far this season, at Sebring in particular, and then also at Lime Rock, we saw a bit of inexperience for the race leaders, where they didn't come into the pits. Arguably, they should have done when everyone else did come into the pits. And I wonder if we're seeing the same thing today. Anderson, ever such a quick driver, but not a regular in this series, and perhaps just being caught out by this safety car.
Yeah, potentially, because we didn't really get any official word over race channel that I'd heard there at all. So a little bit of an awkward one for them. Obviously, a few guys going to be a little bit out of sorts. We saw the Stealth SimForce car come in for a stop, but a lot of drivers have jumped into the lane for this, and actually they're going to find themselves in some really good positions later on when this all comes through. But I'm sure we'll see right now a lot of guys potentially coming down that didn't take their stops earlier on.
Yeah, just the top three not pitting. This has got to work advantageously for United Sim Sports, though, because it has such fresher tyres, got more fuel as well. And this race, which did seem to be going towards Logitech G Altus Esports, perhaps just escaping from their grasp right now, as we can see another driver into the pits. What's that? Not sure who that was. Back marker, I believe. Plenty of back markers at the moment. They should get a wave around, I believe. In fact, actually, they won't, will they? So there will be a few drivers for Anderson. Stolvold was actually the driver who came in for Pursuit Sim Racing. So to got in this lap. So you can see the train hasn't quite yet formed. They've got drivers still in the first half of the lap. So they're going to have to race around pretty quick. Nick Holster, driving the pace car, is going to have to slow down quite a bit in order for this entire train to catch up. But I imagine it will all figure out all right. James McKee, by the way, getting in that Pursuit Sim Racing car. We also saw a change of driver for El Nabi, getting into the United Sim Sports car rather than Harley Haber. El Nabi, of course, setting their qualifying time. So Andrew Gilliam replacing Michael Taliancic for Pursuit Sim Racing, amongst other changes. Carl Stokes also getting into the Synergy Sim Racing car. Up into 6th place, he's replaced Jordan Ross. So the tyres will be... How cool will the tyres be do you think, Daniel? Do you know much experience in this situation under the pace car? Can you kind of get them up into operating temperature under the pace car, or is it just a case of they're going to be cold when you when the green flag comes out, and it's just a case of trying to heat them up as much as possible once the green flag does come out?
Yeah, it's a hard one to say. I haven't actually driven the V8s for quite a while now. It's a little bit embarrassing to say that actually, but no, look, the tyres will drop off a fair way through here. The guys will definitely be working the brake, trying to use the temperature from the brakes to keep those tyres up. We don't see the swerving here that we've seen many years ago. So that takes sort of one advantage out for these guys. They can't go left to right to try and heat those tyres up. But they'll find they'll come back up to temperature relatively quick. It'll just be a little bit of an awkward run potentially down to turn one, especially now that we've got the field as bunched up as they are, and we're not starting halfway down the field like we did on lap one. So it'll be interesting to see, but I think the tyres will drop off a bit, but the guys will find they'll come up relatively quickly here.
So a reminder, Anderson and Evans, Logitech G, Altus Esports and ERT, both with old tyres. We are going to get another lap of the pace car. And that does contradict what we were told before, but maybe, I think this might be a wise decision to take, because not everyone is up into the chain. I'm just saying Roy Clark for PRA 37 and Pulse Racing Team as well down in 40th. They're both still not with this pack, so we are going to get one more lap then under the pace car. There is the track. You can see the P40 car. So about half a lap to catch up. So I imagine we'll let them catch up, and then we will be back into the swing of things. Still 40 cars, of course, on the lead lap, and bad luck to Greg Sharp for SSF Penrite Race. They just dropped one lap down, I believe. I think they may have been the team as well who just came into the pits as well, just before the pace car came out, which was probably the wise thing to do. But unfortunately for them, the race leader didn't pit, and so they remained one lap down. So pretty unfortunate. At least they have completed that pit stop.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess the hard thing they've got now is, while the field's as tight as it is, it's going to make it very hard for them to come back through. One car I would love to touch quickly on, and you can just see it in the train as well, the 092 with Rob Harris and the boys at KRF Motorsports, running a special thank you livery to the Oz NZ community. And for those who don't know, Rob had some issues with his monitor, and everyone in the community came on board to give him a lot of help. You can see across the nose there all of the people that helped him get back underway, and Henry King done a fantastic job to update that livery and get everyone's name across to him. So I'm sure Rob will be thanking everyone immensely for their support, and great to see the strength of the community in helping out a fellow sim racer.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see that support being sent out from those guys. So the pace car has pulled away from these gyros, then probably putting the foot down. But remember, the GT3 car is a bit faster than these supercars, at least around this type of circuit. And so it is very much in the hands of Anderson for when he wants to go. People really do dislike those cones to me. We're seeing it every single lap, them absolutely flying about. And they can potentially get stuck in your car, but I haven't seen too much of that so far. So the two right-handers then, to complete top two teams, remember, without changing their tyres. In fact, actually, El Nabi up into second place. So, going to be massive pressure for the race leader right from the get-go here. He's holding off. When are we going to get back under racing to start lap 21? Now we do, and it was extremely slow. There's a bit of context as well further down the order. Drivers had to be so patient on the throttle, and it's going to be very close down into turn one, with different drivers getting different launches from the order. Nabi's already dropped quite a bit of time, it seems, down into turn one. There's a massive lockup for one of the teams, and that's across the grass. That was one of the back markers, apologies, so just letting everyone pass us. And we got side by side for second place here. El Nabi for United Simspot trying to hold off at the moment for second place, and he does manage to do that, but still trying to deal with all this traffic. Already 3 seconds off the race leader, is trying to make as big a gap immediately.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the hard things for these guys to come through. You see that ERT car just getting bottled up a little bit, which turn to release that United Esports car just a little bit, but should be able to get that pass done nicely down into turn number 6 there. And I think he's actually made that move stick, as you can see him going around the outside. But for everyone else, short of that little lockup that we saw in the turn 1 there, everyone getting away quite nicely. Sam Sutton getting on with it at the moment. He's got one of the sim racing cars just in front of him, and they're now scrapping over the 8th position. So working their way up again, still trying to get their way down past those lap traffic, who are doing a fantastic job, just sitting high and wide and allowing these quicker guys to come back through.
All three is off the circuit for Pursuit Sim Racing, and also Brady Myers for Astro Gaming Altus, both going off the circuit, although it wasn't too bad for Myers. I believe he went off the circuit, at least maybe dipped a wheel onto the gravel. Massive shame for Tom Freer, who was doing much better for the pit stops, and that is an awful time for that to happen, losing so many places straight away. The top drivers have certainly spread out, but you can see this midfield close as ever. Andrew Dyson is into 4th place. He's got past CNG Sim Racing. Not sure if that was under pace car or whether that was on this first lap under green flag. However, he is up into 4th place, so nice work for DPR, having a very good round of the championship at the moment. Now also Seat Sim Racing up in 6th place. They want to get past Stokes as well. He seems a little bit out of sorts at the moment, and he might have to go defensive into 5. Not going to happen. Remember, we're seeing a lot of side-by-side. It's very tricky to tell who is actually fighting though, because we've got a lot of back markers in amongst this as well. So just keep that in mind if you see any overtakes further down the order.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that now being cleared through, which is good. So not too much issue there. Brody Myers, you see, just getting a little bit of a drive-through penalty for contact there. So keep an eye on that. For him, that'll drop them well down the order, unfortunately. They're currently just the car ahead of this one, currently sitting in 12th position. So that will see them fall to the back of the field, especially with how tight we are right now. So no real push here to try and get this move done, but obviously we're going to continue to want to move forward. Up front, though, the Logitech G Altus Esports car extending a huge gap already, 3.5 seconds. As you can see, the Stealth Simforce car just getting out of the way, allowing that United Simforce car to come down into 2nd place, and that's a fantastic launch for the guys at Altus.
However, now that those old tyres will certainly prove quite costly for them, we'll see how much time is being lost. Remember, click on the live timing link in the description below, and you can see the intervals between the drivers, their lap times, because it's going to be fascinating to see what this time difference between the top 2 teams is. Cooper Webster for Evolution Racing Team losing a little bit of time during this passing the traffic. Remember, this traffic is not even as though they're ahead in position. They are literally over a lap down. But still, it's been very tricky for these guys to get past. Side by side between Stokes and Gilliam. Gilliam might get past, and he has got past for Pursuit Sim Racing, getting past Synergy Sim Racing. And like I said before, Stokes very much out of sorts. He recently got in the car. Admittedly, Gilliam recently got into the car as well, but this is Red C from Stokes. I believe he won, he's got podiums so far this season for Synergy Sim Racing. Of course, ERT he was driving for earlier on in the season as well in these Enduros, and yet already dropped 2 places in this stint.
Yeah, it's a little unlike them, but knowing how Synergy tend to run their setups, they come on very strong later on in the event, of course, the stint. So we'll look to see that car coming back up, see it just sliding a little bit, which from my understanding, tyres not quite where they're going to want them at this point. So plenty of opportunity for him to come through. And we're still very early in this race. We're only 43 minutes in to this Enduro, 24 laps out of 137, so still a long way to go. And giving up 1 spot now yes, it's a spot given up, but it gives you a good chance to still bring that car home later on and potentially come back and have another run. But Stokes looks to just be struggling a little bit with that setup right now.
James McKee for Pursuit Sim Racing has just got past Mach 1 Esports Green. That's for 13th place. And that was moving to turn 1, which you may have just seen in the back of your shot just previously. There's McKee. Actually running a bit higher than this, as McKee's already got podiums, I believe, this season or off the circuit for a couple of teams. That is DPR Racing 2 with Daniel Misdale, and also, was it Mach 1 Esports Green, I believe? As Viper Sim Racing also dropping down a little bit. Oh, this is getting very chaotic now.
Yeah, it looked like Craig Jones involved in that for the Mach 1 Green team. A little unfortunate for them, but yeah, everyone trying to filter their way back through. See one of the Trick Sim Sport cars getting through. EXG Motorsport starting to close in as well. So those guys dropped down a long way, and here we are with the replay of what's unfolded.
Not sure if that was a lock-up from Jones or whether he was hesitating turning into the corner because of the car down his inside.
Yeah, it's a little hard to sort of see from that angle. I think you're right there. Potentially start a little bit earlier and just see if you can cut back from that. And yeah, it looks like the car just understeered quite wide there, and that little snatch of the brakes at the end there.
Further up, this is the battle for 8th place. Damien Johnston versus Michael Cracknell. Not seen too much of Injector's online racing so far. However, Cracknell is racing along nicely, and he is up into 8th place now. 16 places gained for Injectors. Everyone had the same length of pit stop. They didn't gain really too much time during that period of the race, I believe. But in this stint, Cracknell's been very quick so far, so watch out for him. Of course, former Euro V8 Supercar Series driver. That's how I'm familiar with him. At least was very good in the Euro V8 Supercar Series. Very consistent in that championship. Didn't win too many races, but scored a lot of points for the kind of half season that he did complete. Already has dropped the couple of drivers behind has Michael Cracknell.
Yeah, very consistent driver that I have behind the wheel. He's multiple championships he's been able to take on, and a driver that knows how to get the most out of these cars. He's going to start hunting down 940 Sim Racing 3 car. You can just see ahead there in shot, and that'll set them up for 6th position, potentially right behind that. GRM Premier Esports still going at it. Just a couple of spots behind as well. So these 4 cars pretty evenly matched at this point.
Very cloudy, as you can see. It is less light than it was before. And the check temperature today is still 43 degrees. However, that should start decreasing. And it will start to decrease regardless, because you can see it's nearly 3 o'clock. And anyone who has ever lived, I realise we haven't seen the outdoors for a while. I mean, I've forgotten what it's like. But I believe that in the afternoon it starts to get cooler. So, and it kind of peaks at about kind of 2 to 3, certainly in the iRacing world it does, as it gets a bit more sunny now. But it should start decreasing should the temperature. Very much a let-off for some of these drivers, because that pace lap, that pace car, cutting the first stint short by about 40%, and so it has taken a lot of pressure off them when it comes to tyres and fuel. But Leaf made an easy decision for them. Out in the lead, by the way, this is remarkable. Anderson for Logitech G Altus Esports, he's maintaining the lead. I mean, he lost 2 tenths on that last lap, TP. There's the gap. So it was increasing, and now it started to decrease. But it is still incredible how he's got 17 lap older tyres than his rivals, which we would normally associate with about 2 seconds a lap, and yet he's only a quarter of a second slower. Yeah, this is insane pace right now for Manchester.
Yeah, pushing on exceptionally well, and they've got that car dialed in really, really nicely right now. The gap has come down marginally, as you say, was out to 3.4 seconds while they were filtering their way through that lap traffic. But even to still be 2.7 seconds against a quality field and quality team in United Esports, and also still extending over third position with ERT, coming on board on song here really with where they need to be, and they're going to look to continue to extend that gap further up.
Yeah, there is that gap up to 6 seconds between first and third. Of course, they have got less fuel, so that will be a slight advantage for them, I guess. But still, those tyres you would expect would be costing them more time than is the case. And you can see how consistent those lap times are. Remember, lap 22, Webster was still coming through the traffic. By the way, thanks to SDK Gaming for providing all these graphics, which make this look very, very professional. Even if the commentary lacks, the overlay certainly does make up for it. So thanks to those guys. And of course, you can check out SDK Gaming, their website, because you can make yourself a livery just like this. Anyone who's seen other broadcasts we do on Apex Recent TV, our liveries or our overlays do change quite a bit. So you can really customize it as much as you like. Pursuit Sim Racing 7 are dropping down James McKee, who was getting some nice places. However, he's taken the alternative route. Unfortunately, we don't have a configuration which uses that part of the circuit, but strangely, he's gone off quite so far at turn 9. Here is how it happened, or a little bit of contact. And also someone else, I think, went off the circuit, and he did very well to stop it just before he got to the barrier.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward move there. But one of the Mach 1 esports cars involved in that, and just catch the glimpse there. And if anything, McKee pushed very wide there, not really given a lot of room. Race control definitely will take a look to that one, but fantastic job not to find his way into that tyre barrier, as you say.
It was Sean Linsell who he was battling with in the 868 car, currently running in 12th place. So yeah, maybe they will see a investigation about this. Is all quite close. So at the head of this battle is Craig Anspach for Tanks SRT T1. He's in 19th, and this pretty much goes all the way back to probably 31st place with Middle Finger Racing. They're all very close to one another. All of these drivers have already pitted, so that they're all in the same boat pretty much in terms of tyres. As the 71 car of Sean Evans leaving past Cam Dance there.
Yeah, and
they're side by side still, and off goes Sean Evans for ERT, and that is a long way off the circuit down at turn 7, sorry.
Yeah, and these guys started going a bit of side by side on the run up into 3. We'll see if we can potentially maybe come back to a replay and see what unfolded there for both those two. But yeah, very unfortunate there, as we could see Reaper Sim Racing coming back for another shot further down. But here we are with the onboard shot just to see where that unfolded. And I think potentially that ERT car just turned, or trying to get back to the racing line there, similar to what we saw from only a couple of laps ago.
I remember when I was doing stewarding for the ARLTC last season, and there were 5 or 6 of those incidents, and these are 3 20-minute races, and I swear there were probably about 5 incidents with that exact situation where no one quite knows, where drivers on the inside kind of just drift out slightly wide and don't give the drivers who they're battling with quite enough room, causes contact, and chaos can ensue. So it is a very common mistake, is that one, at least around this circuit, there is a lot of runoff there, plenty of gravel to slow the cars down. Paul Lee is up into 19th place. He's got past Craig Anspach. Came out a little bit of nowhere, to be honest, for Riot Sim Racing. But well, they go ahead. That's the important thing. And now, also looking very racing behind is Scott Gamble from Mach 1 Esports Red, a driver who's usually running a little bit higher up the order. So don't be surprised if we see him get past soon.
Yeah, definitely. Those guys will slowly be working their way forward, but really good running for Riot Sim Racing, getting their way through and finding their way up the order at the moment as well, which is great to see. But just behind the Tank SRT car, a couple of the ERT car, Mark 1 cars, apologies, getting involved here. We're going to see him move down the inside, potentially not quite close enough just to pull that one up, but Scotty Gamble trying to get on with it here, and he's looking to move himself back up towards the sharp end.
It's a weird corner, that turn 10, how you have to take it so differently in each car. In this car, it seems to very much can't be a point and squirt corner where you shell break into the first apex and then kind of just control the throttle throughout. You can imagine in a single seat it would probably be a slightly more flowing corner through there. That certainly is a good challenge for these drivers. This is properly getting bunched up now. So certainly seemingly struggling at the moment is the Tank's SRT car. Really dropping about a second behind. Is there going to be a overtake into 3? That would have been a bit too ambitious from Scott Gamble. Side by side as well, almost behind. Gamble, it feels like it's inevitable that he's going to make this move, but he kind of needs to commit to one of these moves rather than making a lot of half kind of jabs, because it's just losing them a lot of time.
Yeah, he's going to push up, and here we are down the inside, gets the move done. Nice crisscross there to get that one, but the Tank guys still hanging tough. They're going to want to try and get back in, and right behind them as well, SimSpeed getting involved with the Mark 1 Express Green car as well. So 2 really good fights going on, and actually SimSpeed getting through as that Mark 1 car running very, very wide there. But now we've got a nice little 3-car train starting to fight up. Cam Dance working hard to get up on Gamble now.
Well, that was Gamble's flashing the lights to there up ahead at Anspach. But to be fair, it was really good driving from Anspach to stay around the outside through turn 7. Considering that he seems to be struggling a little bit, he very much just stuck around the outside there and through turn 5 as well. So it was quite impressive, to be honest. And like I said earlier on in this lap, it seems like Gamble is going to get ahead eventually, but not giving it to him easy at the moment.
No, and while that was going on too, we also had our race leader coming in the lane for their first stop as well. We'll keep an eye to see where that car rejoins. A little further down though, Jordan Caruso getting involved in a good scrap for 10th and 11th position. He's got the Machine Sim Racing 2 car right behind them. The guys come out of turn 2 there, and Caruso just holds that racing line. That car looking very, very nice at the moment, and some good lap speed out of them as well.
So it's Darren Warren then who is driving today for that Logitech G Altus car. What do we know about Warren? I'm not too familiar with him, but do you think he can keep up the pace with his teammate?
Yeah, Dane Warren, very, very quick in the V8 supercar. I remember seeing him run quite a few seasons ago in the AOSC, a very consistent driver, very, very quick. So he will definitely be on his way up towards the sharp end very, very soon. I guess the big advantage they've got now is they did come in quite a bit later than everyone else with the tyre strategy. So well out of sorts at the moment. They're really going to start to get some good advantage as a result of that now.
So they managed to go 30 laps in the end on fuel. And get yourself prepared, guys. I'm going to try to do some maths here. So usually it's a 5-stop. So I'm just thinking 30 laps. So you can't get to... So probably 150. I'm just saying numbers, to be honest, right now. But I imagine it's going to be 5 stints. So probably 4 stops for these drivers. And actually quite an easy 4-stop strategy. I'm just wondering if maybe... I'm not sure if them not taking the pit stop under the safety car, whether they'll have to do one more pit stop to the end of the race, but we'll see. It should become quite obvious later on in the event. Fortunately for them, they haven't got too much traffic ahead. It's for the next 15 seconds or so. Remember, everyone else should come into the pits in probably about 15 laps time, so he will catch up to them ahead because he'll be lapping probably about 3 seconds a lap faster, but I think when he does come up to them, he should be able to make quite swift progress. He'll be hoping that the drivers go for a slightly shorter stint. Has actually got a good battle now forming up behind Paul Lee. So Paul Lee is struggling a little bit right now for sim racing. He just set a 46.38, which doesn't seem like a particularly offensive lap time, to be honest. But he has got quite a few cars behind. You can just see at the bottom of our timing tower that it's yellow just behind him, which indicates that some drivers are relatively close to him. Also got these drivers kind of a bit line astern at the moment with Bennett in amongst them. Here it is, right, sim racing, and you can see lots and lots and lots of drivers lining up behind him. And Gamble finally managed to get past, past Craig and Spatch. And now can set his sights on the driver ahead. What's happened to Anspatch? I can't see him anymore.
Yeah, that car, I'm not too sure where they are. They've fallen down quite a way. Tanked SRT down in 34th position. So I believe Matt had an off track there well down the order. Currently haven't come down the lane. So probably a very big off for them. And they're now scrapping, like I say, down into that 34th position, EXG Motorsports white and RRT green around those guys at the moment.
Gamble gets past Lee. He's up into 16th place now. It is Daniel Lee. So apologies, Paul Lee. We do commentate on someone called Daniel Lee, hence my mistake. And now Lee, like I said, he is struggling. Lap times aren't particularly poor, but once you get put offline, it can be very tricky to hold on. And now he's going to lose out at least one more place going into turn 7. We have seen issues so far at this corner, leaves plenty of room for his rivals, and that's a brilliant move right there from it was James McKee, actually. Of course, he was running up in the top 15 earlier on in this race before getting shuffled down the order when he had an off. He has just got past into 18th place, and so far it's been a very unsuccessful lap for the right sim racing driver.
A little further back though, we've got the Mark 1 Esports Green, Synergy Sim Racing starting to get into a good little scrap at the moment. These guys scrapping over that 14th, 15th position. Lap times for both those two very consistent at the moment as well, so good to see. A little further up, Shoot Sim Racing starting to come back at some speed there with Cam Dance on board, so those guys now up into the 13th position. Further forward, Marlon jumping on board the Premier Esports. He's got the Injectors Online car with Mick Cracknell right behind as well. These guys down over 7th and 8th position currently. Lap times for those two almost identical. Last time across the line, a 1:45.1 versus a 1:45.2, so not much between either of those two cars. And just see a little bit of an advantage at the moment for the Premier Esports car, but not by much, and looking to see Mick Cracknell slowly work his way back through.
I wonder if we've seen a change for 3rd place recently. I'm just seeing Andrew Gilliam for the 777 car, of course, driving for Pursuit Sim Racing, just at a 48.56, which is 3.5 seconds slower than the car ahead of him, Andrew Dyson, for DPR Racing. So DPR Racing up into 3rd position then. So it's a big move for them. Costek seemingly gaining a bit of pace now in this stint. He certainly at least kept up with these drivers after being overtaken by the pair of them much earlier on in this stint after the safety car. And we might get a replay of how it's happened, this mistake from Dyson, we believe it was at least.
Yeah, we keep an eye on the onboard there. Looks like you're dropping in and out just a fraction on the replay, and see the guys running up through to that quick kink, basically just on the back straight. No real major issues there. The car looking very straight. On the run down into 10 though, yeah, not too sure what's going on there. It's a bit of a weird one. Car looking quite good, so I'm not too sure what has resulted in that being turned around.
Yeah, certainly down into fourth position though. And will be hard work to get back up then into that rostrum position. Craig Anspach has had another off. He's just gone off the circuit for a moment. He's down to 34th place now as Tank's SRT. Of course, was up in the top 20, just a few laps to go. Grady Myers for Astro Gaming Altus Esports. He also had an off a while back. Plenty of these drivers have had issues, but you can see barely any damage on the majority on these machines. Very tricky to find a wall around this place. Here we go past the Rallycross circuit, and you can see a little bit on the inside of the circuit. You can almost see the jump between like a couple of the walls. You can probably just see a glance of it there. The jump that they have. Unfortunately, it hasn't been modelled into iRacing, but you would think that they'd be able to create a Rallycross circuit from that, as long as they can get the licensing, of course. Would be very good to get another circuit, especially a European one. Also,
yeah, definitely. I'd love.
As well, I imagine that they hopefully they've scanned that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to have a few more of those tracks up there. Brody Mayer's nice job down into one. He's continuing to fight through, but gets that move sealed and delivered on the wrap. Continue on down in that 17th spot as well. Scotty Gamble, Cam Dance, Jamie Mackey still scrapping over these spots. Not much separating either of these three at the moment. Gamble doing a really solid job to retain that position. If anything, gaining just a fraction the last time by only 400ths of a second there. So that car really, really good. Mackey around the outside, which is a move you don't see very often at all.
Yeah, almost had to get past midway through turn 9. A lot more grip though. And he has got past into 10. Nice driving there from James Mackey. And there he does go ahead, so he can defend from his rival. Remember, very much out of position is Mackey. Should really be up into the top 10 at the moment. That is usually where the 987 car spends these endurance races, Pursuit Sim Racing, obviously. Will be running very similar setup. You'd expect to Andrew Gilliam running up in 4th place at the moment. So expect them to make up a few more places. Remember, just the one safety car so far in this race. We are just over an hour into this event. And yeah, not yet at the... are we at the quarter mark? I believe... Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yeah. Just over a quarter way through. So it's about 35% into this race at the moment. So plenty still to go. We've still got 40 drivers on the lead lap. In fact, it's actually a few less than that. 38 drivers currently on the lead lap. This is all quite close now. It's for 23rd place. Michael Whiting involved. Henry King as well. Whiting had to go around the outside, have the inside for turn 5. Fishy Motorsports looks as though they are going to get ahead, although slower exit. We've seen that plenty of times through turn 5, and the outside line through 7 seems to actually be the better choice, and actually that is what has happened on this occasion as well. And from attacking to defending for the Fishy Motorsports car, Michael Whiting looked as though he was going to move up into 23rd, instead he drops to 25th.
Yeah, he's going to come under a huge amount of pressure here at the moment as well. You can see these guys still scrapping over at Linsell involved. Connor McCluskey also getting in on this as well. So these guys are really, really tight here. You can just see the little battle graphic down the bottom there. Absolutely nothing separating these 4 cars, less than just over a second and a half, or 2 seconds and a half here, and everyone's struggling just a fraction getting that power down. You can see those cars wiggling, but some really solid battling down for these minor placings.
Yeah, I'm not always the biggest fan of this circuit, I must say. It doesn't always produce the most exciting racing, but I think so far today we have seen a brilliant meeting. Focused a lot on this kind of midfield rather than the front runners, because this is where the most of the action has taken place. Now we do just have a check-in on the race leaders, because it's still United Sim Sports leading the way, 5.5 seconds clear of Evolution Racing Team 088. Yeah, just over 5 seconds, as you can see. Then it's 3.5 seconds back to DPR Racing, who have actually got pretty good pace. I thought that gap was larger. But the top four for that max impact, all very evenly matched. Then it's the 777 car, Pursuit Sim Racing 777 in fourth. And CNG Sim Racing just dropping off a little bit recently. So I was picking up Carl Stokes a few laps ago. Looked to say he was starting to catch back up to those guys, but now 2 seconds off. Still, though, Stokes is only 12 seconds off the lead, which really is not a big margin at this point of the event. Of course, we've also got much further down the order. Just trying to find them, actually, the Altus Esports car. Because they did come into the pits a while back. Here they are. Thanks to Scott Newton for finding them. 28th place, Dane Warren is now up into. However, you can see on a completely different part of the circuit. Did just lap slightly faster, though, than the race leaders. So probably 5 or 6 teams could still win this race. And of course, the safety cars, if we get one late on, can always be a bit of a lot as well. Could get even more cars involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll always see that field recompress back up, which is, keeps the competition nice and tight, allows these guys to come back into it. But with the way the strategy is unfolding at the moment, I'm really looking forward to see over the next 10 laps or so, when do we start getting everyone else who came in for their early stop on lap 14? We're nearing about that window now. If they're able to continue pushing on that 30 lap range, it's going to make it very interesting for these boys here to see, do they come in for the short stop somewhere in one of their stints, or are they going to be able to save the fuel potentially and get it home on 4 stops? Because if they can, that's a huge effort.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that could they do it on 4 stops, because they pitted on lap 17. To get to the end of the race with 3 more stops, you kind of need to get to lap 47. And we saw 30 laps is very possible. Because if you've got to point zone, then you'd have 90 to go. And that would be, of course, 3 30-lap stints. So they're really pushed in terms of fuel. So watch to see how far they can go. If they can get to lap 45, 46, then they're probably on course for that 4-stop strategy, as you were saying. But any shorter than that, and they're probably not going to make it. Drive the penalty for car 375. Daniel Ackland currently driving that car. Just trying to see where they are at the moment is the 375. They are down in 29th place. As Tom Freer comes into the pit. Had a tricky start to this stint, actually did Freer. Went off the circuit right after the safety car, I believe, down at turn 10. Actually recovered really well. He got back up into the top 15 at least, top 12 even. He now gets out of that car. David Kimmons back into the 717 car. They are going to drop outside the top 30. Dane Warren, that means he's back up into 26. So that indicates they're going to have to make 3 more stops after 3 more stops from now. So they're going to have to do a 5-stop strategy rather than a 4-stop. So I wonder if anyone else can stretch this out a little bit longer. Of course, if you do make that extra stop, not the end of the world, you get slightly fresher tyres to the end of the race. But it is a long pit stop around this place, so you kind of want to avoid that pit stop. It's not like Oran Park, for example, that we visited earlier on in the season, or maybe Summit Point, mega short pit lanes there. This one's going to lose you a bit of extra time.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really big juggling act, because looking at the times from some of the drivers that stopped early on, we're seeing pit lane transit times of around 60 seconds. 30 of that you're stationary in the box for. So it's pretty decent stop getting through here. As you mentioned, we have had some longer stops throughout the course of the championship. We've had quite a lot of shorter stops. We've had some long ones as well, but yeah, for where these guys decide to play their hand and get those stops completed, as you can see, still scrolling through the graphic there. Yeah, really anyone's game here, and obviously minimising that stationary time in those pit stops is going to be key.
Henry King coming into the pits for ANZ Motorsports. I presume it's ANZ. Is it ANZ or ANZ? I'm not sure how you guys...
ANZ Motorsports, that one.
Okay. Is it just the Americans then who pronounce it as Z? Or...
Yes.
Okay, right. Right, awesome. I didn't know if maybe the Australians had interpreted as that, as Chris Barnes for Reaper Sim Racing up into 27th past tanked SRT. Craig Anspach, yeah, he was up in... remember when he was in 19th place, he was at the head of this whole chain, and it was looking a bit ominous for him when he had 10, 15 cars all lining up behind him, and quite a few of them have got past. At least that car is looking... well, it's missing its bonnet. That's not a... Oh, crash across the pit straight. And that is a back marker, I believe, involved in that one. That might be Jamie McKnight, was it? In the 027? No, David Baxter for Beau Repairs. And that is a strange incident amongst the front runners. There hasn't been a change of position. In fact, there's barely been any time lost for these guys. But it was with either Dyson or Gilliam. And that could have been a whole lot worse. I was ready to see the pace car come out of the pits.
Yeah, really weird position. We'll catch another shot of that on the front straight there. But yeah, really awkward for Gilliam watching that car go around. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if we can check that out again. But looks like a little bit of damage. Actually, no damage on the front end of that RRT car. Really lucky with that. And I think this one potentially will see that come across as a bit of a racing incident. You see both cars moving very, very widely. I don't think he was expecting to see that car alongside him there.
Yeah, just didn't seem to be particularly aware of the Beau Repairs machine. And yeah, like I said, that could have been a whole lot worse than it turned out to be. I imagine Race Control will certainly have a look at that one. So I think we might just go to an advertisement for a moment, maybe take a small break from the action just to update a couple of things, but we will be back straight away in the AOSC Super Series. Welcome back to the AOSC Super Series live at Barcelona. All the action coming to you by Apex Racing TV. Of course, apologies for that slight interruption. Fortunately, you haven't missed too much. That incident that we saw down the pit straight, by the way, has been put down to a racing incident. Neither team giving room, and so no further action on that front. Of course, I'm Sam Fitzpatrick, and back alongside me is Daniel Leeds, Scott Newton, of course, operating the cameras today, and well, that's very good from the race stewards, popping up that notification once again, just for clarification, no further action on that incident that we saw a moment ago. Just looking at the gaps at the moment, Daniel, it is remarkable how evenly matched everyone is amongst these top four. Behind that, still losing a bit of time, but all the top four in that last lap were separated by 0.3 of a second, and that gap has barely changed whatsoever. Still 5 seconds between first and second. Maybe Cooper Webster pulling away slightly in second place, but not much changes whatsoever. I mean, this is a proper 5-car battle for the race win when you take into account the Altus Esports car as well further down the order.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all 3 cars at the front, very, very close together. I think last time by it was only 0.4 of a second separating either of those guys' lap times. So absolutely nothing between them at the moment. Really impressed with how well DPR Racing has come on over the course of this season. You know, currently find themselves in third, still putting in very, very consistent lap times right behind them. Also, another team doing a fantastic job. We probably don't really speak enough of these guys either. Pursuit Sim Racing with Gilliam at the moment behind the wheel, doing another fantastic job as well. So, 4 really key standout teams. You know, we've also got the likes. We've said it quite a few times, like when esports, Trick Sim Sports getting involved in this as well. We didn't see them at the start of the championship. They're working their way back up as well, currently sitting down in that 7th position, having a solid run also. So we've got a good 7, 8, nearly 10 teams within this championship, and on any given race, really, any of these guys could potentially get in there for the win.
Yeah, we love when it's a bit unpredictable. Remember, ERT88 have won every round of the Enduro so far this season. We had one at Spa, of course, for the first race of the season. We had one at Daytona, one at Montreal as well. I think we had one other as well so far this championship. So, been plenty of opportunities for the others to take one away from these guys, and yet they have been so far pretty much faultless. Remember, this round 9 of the championship, James Scott for ERT88 leading the championship. 7th place is awfully close. Apology, I think this is with a back marker, with Ferraris trying to get past. Yes, 11.5 seconds behind us, Grass. Loses a load of time, and Johnston's now going to be extremely close on his rear end.
Yeah, Ferrari's doing a really good job. Just takes that wide line, goes and gets that move done. So nice job for him. Actually going to bring alongside the GRM car right through with them as well. So that PRA car just dropping a couple of spots there, allowing these guys to continue. You can see the cloud cover starting to come back over this track as well. That'll be really helpful to these guys. That'll drop the temperature out, bring those tyres back up. We can already see we're down 3 degrees. From where we started this race, currently down at 41 degrees, and it's certainly going to help these guys extract a little bit more performance out of these tyres.
Yeah, and of course the iRacing's track model when it comes to the temperature is really very good. Of course, a lot of lag, obviously, as you can imagine, when it comes to the track temperature. Down to 19 degrees air temperature, really not very warm. Of course, the 15th of May, it's always the 15th of May, and we are getting to that point of the year very soon where actually that is going to match up with real life. So that will be awfully good. You can set the time, but it is a little bit of an unnecessary element most of the time, unless you want to include day-night transitions. Wayne Taylor, all very close at the moment, for 18th place. A bit wide through turn 7, but single file through there. And this is Craig James currently ahead of these drivers. Mach 1 Esports ahead of Middle Finger Racing. Then it's Sean Lindsell for Mach 1 Esports Yellow, and of course then we've got CNG Sim Racing. Came in for an early pit stop, 3 wide into turn 10. Oh, there's contact. Is anyone really going to be shoved out wide? I think Ross might be able to benefit from this quite a bit. Maybe gains 1 place. Coming back through then. Down the inside is Middle Finger Racing. Side by side into the penultimate corner. Haven't seen too much alongside so far in this part of the circuit. Never see too much alongside unless you're Valentino Rossi and Jorge Lorenzo, of course. And Jones, after heading this pack to go, he's lost out big time as there's almost contact down the pit straight. Again, there's enough space, guys. It's a very wide pit straight. Why not use a little bit more of the tarmac? Now they do separate a bit. Oh, contact with Ross going down the inside. And this could be big trouble. Does the driver on the outside know that he is there? And that was a little bit aggressive there from Ross. I don't think he meant it to be quite that close, but of course, has such better braking capabilities with those fresher tyres. Does get past, but nearly made a bit of a meal out of that. He is up into 15th place then as more pit stops come in. We are up to that lap 47. This is kind of the threshold that I was talking about earlier on. The drivers have now gone 30 laps, and from this point onwards, you only need probably 3 more stops to get to the end of the race. So this is very bad news for Altus Esports, Daniel, because it seems as though, despite the fact that they didn't make a pit stop earlier on, it does seem like they're going to have to make 1 more pit stop from now on in the race, or say the same amount of pit stops from now to the end of the race. But of course, they are down in 12th place, a long way off the lead. So it does seem like that pit stop under safety car a few laps into the race was the wise thing to do.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad way to go. It is going to make, we don't have a whole lot of data here to go off at the moment, so we're going to have to keep an eye on how much is still left in the tank for these guys. But potentially it's going to make it very interesting whether or not they're going to have to fuel save or not. If we do get a safety car in, it'll definitely be of benefit to the AOSC Sport team. They can come in, try and regain that track position, because right now, with them being out of sequence the way they are, they're going to start hurting. You can see them come through right behind. We've got the United Sim Sports car. So they've fallen back, or come through now up into the 5th spot. Our former race leader, United Sim Sports, back down right behind them, and effective second at this point once the remainder of those pit stops do cycle their way through.
Yeah, this will actually be the effective lead for them then. So they were in the lead beforehand, came into the pits, of course have run some fresher tyres, but at the same time more fuel, and that gap has actually come down. So it's a little bit strange. I really want to have a chat with some of these drivers, certainly after the race, to see what the tyres have been like, because the drop-off actually hasn't been as significant as maybe we'd expect. I was expecting it to be between 3 and 4 seconds between the start of the stint and the end. I mean, it seems to actually be more like a couple of seconds. So really not too much of an issue for these drivers around a circuit which is notoriously high tyre degradation. PR Racing is into expect everyone to be the same amounts of fuel putting into the car. They will absolutely brim the tank. One Performance Racing 12, Sam Sutton into the pits. That was a very good pit entry as well, I must say. Brad Ryan now gets into that car. They were running, I believe, just about in the top 10, or maybe just outside the top 10 before the pit stops occurred. So there is going to be the race leader then. Remember, they started on pole position, lost the lead right at the start to Pursuit Sim Racing. Apologies, it wasn't Pursuit Sim Racing, it was United Sim Sport. Then managed to get it back soon after. Again, DPR Racing, are they still in 4th place? No, they've lost out to Synergy Sim Racing. So, Synergy Sim Racing, that's worked out really well for them, hasn't it? So they had a shorter pit stop. Admittedly, they did pit a bit earlier, did Synergy Sim Racing. So the team now in 4th place, they pitted 5 laps earlier than everyone else. Had a shorter pit stop as well. They're going to do 1 more pit stop to the end of the race. And that means that Jordan Ross, who was running in 6th place for Synergy, he's back up into 4th place. There's an off, and they've crashed off the circuit. Now, that is a couple of back markers. but that's still quite important there. So Guy Leachin back for Injectors Online Racing. So that is a big change for the guys who were running in night. Well, they must have been running really high up for Injectors. So great shame for them.
Yeah, I think that the Injectors car should still be quite all right. They're circulating quite nicely at the moment. Definitely one of the Stealth Simforce cars involved in that. I think it may have potentially been one of the Middle Finger Racing cars involved in that as well. One of the bright yellows. We're going to see if we can cut back to the replay to get an idea of what happened here. Peter Latham coming through, and yeah, actually both Peter Latham and that Stealth Simforce car running very wide up through turn 5 there, and then managing to come to contact on the way through. So a lot of damage from both those guys. Here's the onboard from Stuart Crawford. Ryan gets the car in reasonably well, just carries a little bit of too much speed, loses the brake, and just as he's trying to return that car back in, he gets the contact on the way through.
Taljancic. He is battling with Adam Briggs. This is Taljancic catching up to Briggs, I believe. He was 2 seconds faster, 2.5 seconds faster on that last lap, so it must have been a mistake from the DPR Racing car. He was running up in 3rd place earlier on, down into 5th place now, although expect him to come back later on. There is that time difference, 2 seconds faster for Taljancic. And they're not far ahead of Premier Racing Team either, to be fair. Brian Borg doing a decent job. Again, Borg, though, pitting a bit earlier on. So a divide in strategy currently. Some drivers going for a 4-stop, some drivers going for a 5-stop. It could work, potentially by the end of this race, as Taljancic just drops a little bit further back. Going to have to rely on another mistake, I think, from Briggs in order to get past. Out in the lead, it's closing up. Harley Haber, 1 second behind now, and on that last lap was 7/10 faster than Dane Warren, who perhaps just doesn't quite have the same pace as his teammate did earlier on in the event. Certainly not quite showing that same amount of pace at the moment, and it's closing down significantly. Haber with much fresher tyres, remember, 17 lap fresher tyres, and this could be quite a simple move when he does catch up, because he's just gained by, well, in fact actually they were level on that last lap, so maybe Warren still with a bit of pace in that car. Yeah,
Dan will be looking probably to conserve those tyres. The lap consistency, you can see it there on the screen, around that mid 144 range, so looking after those tyres obviously is quite a fair way into his stint currently, but Haber with that fresher rubber really starting to turn them on quickly, getting the speed back up. See him just running a little bit wide. I'm not sure if that's part of that setup or just trying to maintain that speed mid-corner there, but right at this moment, Harley Haber definitely starting to come up Dan Warren.
Dave Kimmons for the Seat Sim Racing has just dropped down to 14th place, by the way. I don't think there's too much need for the replay on that one. Just Rizzo and Boyd getting past there. There is Kimmons, a little bit of a scrape on the side of that car. Nice element that iRacing has introduced recently with the scraping of the paints. So for the livery designers, though, not too great. It is quite nice to see your logos on that car, but it is slightly more realistic, I guess. A brilliant April Fool's. I say it's a brilliant April Fool's. I don't think it fooled anyone. But I'm not sure if you saw this, Daniel, the video of the changing liveries, where as you're driving around the circuit, the livery will change colour and change design. It looks pretty cool. I would quite like to see that involved in iRacing.
No, I didn't see that one. I'll have to definitely keep an eye out for that. But yeah, not a bad way to go. A little further up, got that GRM car getting all over the back of the Trick Sim Sport car. So Boyd and Rizzo starting to get their scrap on over the 12th position. And we'll go and also see the Shoot Sim Racing 2 guys get involved in this as well. So that'll be David Kidman slowly closing up on the back there. So this will be a nice little 3-car fight for these guys starting to battle over this 12th position. It's a massive inconvenience, that speed bump on the entry to
the final corner. Believe it or not, it's not meant to be there for this this layout. Would be great if AOSC could remove it for the historic layout. As Jack Boyd goes down the inside, and he is ahead, up into 12th place now. And that was all quite simple past Ross Rizzo for Trick Esports. And we'll expect him to pull away. But yeah, that's a sausage curb going through the going into the final corner, and it's quite easy on probably on cars with lower ride height to actually clear that bump. I think on these cars you can pretty much go straight over it, and I don't think you'll get beat. But I've driven it in like a radical, and you can drive over that, and it's as though you've taken up skateboarding, because you all of a sudden you just kind of attach yourself to it and you slide along and probably miss the corner, and obviously ripped the underfloor as well off the car. These things cope with it slightly better, but if iRacing are listening, please remove that curb if you will, because it would open up the front corner as well a little bit better and make it slightly better than it currently is. Would be much appreciated, that one. James Scott, he's quick. James Scott, he's really quick. The 088 car just closed in on Harley Haber by half a second. Seems like we're going to have Scott v Haber for, well, the second time today, and probably about the 10th time this season. And personally, I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, it's great livery. I really enjoyed the change of this one that we've seen, and yeah, that car doing everything it needs to do. It's got a little bit of lap traffic now to contend with. One of the damaged PRA cars just in front, which I don't think is going to make it too hard for him. And again, also in a bit of a scrap next to that tanked SRT car in there as well. So this is not what Scott needs. He wants to clear these guys, start pressing up, because the gap up to United Sports is starting to grow now, out to a second at this point.
Side by side between the back markers a little bit further down as well. It being Jamie Dyke and Madford, perhaps, not quite sure. There is Scott, though, getting past the back markers, and now he has got no one between him and Haber. I wonder if we could just get the track map up, actually, for a moment, because we saw in the second stint, obviously it was after the safety car, and so there was pretty much no traffic for the front runners. You can see there's still a decent gap for them. However, once they get to kind of 25th to 28th, that is when it could potentially become a bit more problematic for them. But at the moment, the field quite spread out, and at least the next probably 20 laps or so, or 15 laps or so, that they are going to be clear. So they've got turn 3 and turn 4 pretty much empty up ahead of them. There's Scott's gaining a few 100ths of a second on that last lap, 2/10 faster in the first sector, and he's 2/10 faster in the first sector on this time as well. So yeah, taking bits of time at the moment, and what we usually see from Scott in this situation is that he's extremely patient, almost arrogant, I think, from James Scott, and I mean that as a compliment. And usually arrogance isn't a compliment, but he knows, he's got enough confidence in himself that he doesn't have to make the move straight away. He doesn't have to get track position in order to win the race. Instead, he can stay behind a little bit, maybe save a little bit of fuel, learn where he's quicker, and then go for the move later on. That's what we usually see from him, and I expect that's what we're going to see once again here, unless maybe he'll take a change of approach. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking at least.
Yeah, definitely. I think he'll, well, I mean, we've seen with the way that he drives his car, he can close it in very nicely. You see him getting a really good run at the apex. Comes in very early on, as opposed to Haber, who likes to square those corners off. And I think, if anything, probably helps Haber a little bit more extend that gap. You can see that he's able to increase that a little bit more now as they work their way through that final corner. So it's two different strategies here, and driving styles really well on display for both of these drivers to see what they're doing in these cars. But if anything, with the smooth, consistent nature that Scott's been able to display in this car, there's definitely no reason that he will not close that gap back in. He's extremely strong on brakes, maybe just lacking a little bit mid-corner, but overall that car looks very, very nice, especially through this early part of the lap.
Yeah, it seems like sector 3, Haber's got a slight advantage, but particularly this sector 1, every single time it's taking time out. His James Scott up to 1.6 now the lead. This is insane pace from Warren. The pace that he's got right now, because his fastest lap time is a 43.12. His last lap time was a 44.2. So that's 1.1 seconds slower than his fastest lap time. And these are now 25 lap old tyres. And so this is almost an entire stint, and yet the drop-off seems to be about a second, which is very small, maybe a bit more than a second, because of course he's gaining from the fact that he's got less fuel on board now, but still, probably like a second and a half. He's lost in terms of the tyres, which is much smaller than we thought on this hot track temperature. So maybe this is the changes that AOSC introduced a little while ago. And certainly Jazz have had to make a big change to their driving in order to cope with that. Remember that patch release just a few days ago. I'm sure they have been putting in the hours to understand it a bit better. So Scott now lining this one up. Is he going to be able to get past into turn 1? He's got a lot of overspeed. This is much better straight line speed. Any defense from Haber? No, there isn't. And James Scott's ERT 088 moves up into second place. And that is a very good move from him. Very simple past the 21 United Sim Sports Cup.
Yeah, really strong move down into 1. Haber didn't really fight that one. Actually, if anything, probably going to work out nicely for him here. He can sit behind, save a little bit of fuel, likewise save those tyres, get the temp out of them a little bit, and come back and have another run here, because while that fight was on, we've seen the gap continue to extend out the front. Logic AOSC car out 2.5 seconds now, while these two have continued. So they just need to calm down a bit, get the pace back in line, and those two will definitely start to hunt back down that LC Sports car, who's starting to come up, sorry, on a little bit of lap traffic there that he's going to have to contend with.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Warren come in on this lap just to avoid that bit of traffic up ahead, because he's only going to be able to last another 2-3 laps on the amount of fuel that he's got anyway, so he may as well come in on this lap, perhaps just to avoid that traffic. I was wondering where he'll come back out onto circuit, probably around these guys, to be fair. Ross Rizzo in 12th place. Has he just lost out to Brinson O'Brien? I believe he has, because he was overtaken by Jack Boyd earlier on. In fact, actually, the ERT car of O'Brien was 2 seconds slower on that last tour. So maybe Rizzo is the one who's coming back at the moment for Trick Esports HRS. Any attempt into turn 10? Of course, this alternative layout, this historic layout, means that braking zone into 10 is so much smaller than what we see elsewhere on the other configuration. And so it does really take away a good overtaking spot. I've seen a few overtakes there regardless. Probably does help overtaking to turn 1 though, this penultimate corner, opening it up a little bit. Much less of a concertina effect. And of course, in these cars, very little turbulent air, so you can stay nice and close to those final 2 corners, get the speed up, and that slipstream has a little bit of extra impetus as well. Rizzo not with superb straight line speed, however now that acceleration is kicking in. Goes the inside of O'Brien. He has better braking capabilities. Around the outside at 2, they'll turn into the inside for 3, and Ross Rizzo for Czech Esports HRS moves up into 11th place. And O'Brien continues to slip down the order, was up in the top 10 at the start of this stint, back into 12th now.
Yeah, and Jamie Stowe a little further down the order. At the moment, he's currently sitting in that 15th position. He has Zach Hanlon for LTC Sports just ahead of him as well. So these guys a little further down probably than where they'd both like to be, especially for Hanlon. He'd rather be well further up the order, currently in that 14th spot. But lap times for both these two very consistent at the moment. If anything, maybe just dropped off about a couple of tenths of a second from where they were earlier on in the pace.
So Hanlon got it done, down into turn 1.
Yeah, and almost a straight carbon copy of what we saw for Rizzo down the inside. Gets that car pulled up quite nicely. Both guys pretty evenly matched, and if anything, Hamlin just sneaking the nose of that car in.
Almost as though the aggressiveness of these drivers has gone down as the race has gone on. It's a few less kind of battling at the moment. Look at that cone. Oh, it's gone across and into another car. If that cone had any importance, then that would be quite good. I know, could we have explosive cones or something? Is that what iRacing needs to add? Feature suggestions perhaps. I just feel like the drivers should be penalised for hitting these cones. I really do feel bad for them. We have talked about in the past how much the cones are enjoying this current lockdown, and with all the motorsports events cancelled, they are having an absolute holiday at the moment, not being absolutely barraged constantly. But the ones in sim racing certainly not having a good time of it. Zachary Hamlin for 14th place, having to defend quite a bit from James Stovall. Going back to this, that's what we, of course, Daniel was talking about a little while ago. Now attempting to pull. Of course, we haven't talked too much about the incidents. We're not yet halfway through this event. And so, if you've got a lot of incidents, then you're going to be in trouble, undoubtedly. 35 incidents, remember, is where you start getting some penalties. I'm already seeing Peter Latham, whatever team he drives for. He's got quite a few at the moment. Also, Berapez RRT, that's the 31 car. They've got some issues down there. Well, like I said, Jack Boyd as well for GRM Enduro. They're on 25, which is quite a few. So there will be penalties. I'm sure the stewards will keep us up to date with them. As Dane Warren is into the pits. So the race leader into the pits, and it is going to be his teammate getting back into that car, Joshua Anderson, taking back hold of that car. They will come out. They're going to be behind Jack Boyd. Yeah, they're going to be stationed for another 20 seconds or so, so probably be around Cam Dance in 17th place.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one as they run back through, but probably not going to be too bad for either of those guys. Cam Dance coming around that final corner, about to start lap 48 for himself, and he's coming on pretty nicely at the moment, has jumped up quite a few spots as the Altus car gets back underway, and we'll actually see Josh Anderson come out
a few
cars ahead of him.
And that's into the wall for Corey Kitchen. Corey Kitchen off the circuit, and I wonder, who's that going into the wall? What's that Kitchen again? Oh, we've got to blame it. That's going to be a safety car. What on earth has happened to Stuart Crawford there? Although, actually, has he blown the engine? Yeah, he has. I think. No, maybe he's all right. That's just a lot of smoke, a lot of tar smoke. Can he get that car around to the pits? Otherwise, we are going to get a... So that was Kitchen initially losing it. Then Crawford has been inspired by that chaos. And was there a tap?
I don't think there was contact there. It looks like he just lost the back end all on his own. It's a really solid hit, though, with the wall. And I don't know how the engine didn't blow on that particular one.
If we were using the European servers and we had Australians on, then I would say that was netcode. However, the fact that, well, let's see. Yeah, he has just lost it by himself. No contact. That's strange from Crawford. I wonder if he's recently come into the pits, perhaps, which is why he was struggling on the cold tyres. But remarkable that we haven't got a safety car after that. If I was a driver, I would have been into the pits right there. Because that seemed like a guaranteed safety car when we initially saw that hit. Cameron Stubber up into 30th place. That was David Baxter getting slightly nerfed out there. He's down into 32nd for Berapez, RRT. I believe that is the car actually who is very high on incidents. So once they get to 35 incidents, they are going to be in trouble. In fact, actually, well, yeah, they're going to be hands out manually, it seems. So there's nothing given by iRacing. Instead, they're going to be handed out manually are the other penalties. So we should get them alerted on our screen, which will be very helpful.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, for the viewers tuning in, may not be overly familiar with the series for especially the Enduros. The drivers will have an 80 limit or 80 incident limit point system that they've got to adhere to over the course of the Enduros. At both 35 and 60 incidents, the cars will receive a drive-through penalty, again issued by race control. The minute they hit that 80 incident limit, however, that unfortunately will see those cars retired. So to only be 60 laps in, and for some of the guys that are potentially starting to rack those points up, it's going to be something in the back of the mind that the team managers will be definitely trying to settle them down a bit and get those cars back underway without seeing those incident limits go too far up the road. Cameron Stubber, though, doing a great job for EXG Motorsport, currently in the 29th spot. He has right behind him that tanked SRT car, and coming in ultra hot was Dave Baxter. They're lucky not to have hit the Reaper Sim sports car.
I mean, enter the lottery, because that was very lucky for David Baxter, who had a tricky last lap down at this part of the circuit, and that nearly got a whole lot more tricky for him, and that would have definitely been a penalty if he had made contact there, as Taliancic for the 777 car moves past. So remember, all these guys now off the lead lap, which is quite important. Oh, it's nearly contact now with the 375 car. That is Todd Parks trying to move past, and Parks will get past, it seems. This is not helping out some of the other drivers. Baxter's way off the circuit. He's really struggling at the moment. He last pitted, Baxter. I was just going to see, when he last pitted. But I mean, must just be struggling with tyres. It's the only thing I can imagine. Baxter has now just come into the pits, there you go. So probably the wise thing to do, though, because he was struggling quite a bit. Get some fresh boots on that car.
Yeah, and we'll get back underway. Todd Parks, though, starting to get into a solid little scrap for the 32nd position at the moment. He's got the Team 88 Racing right behind him. So these two pretty close on track, only 0.3 of a second between both of these cars. Right behind, or right in front, sorry, you've got, is that one of the PRA car, PRA cars right in front of them as well. So some pretty good little cars around this area, and a good little scrap going to start heating up.
Last up the race for Logitech G Altus Esports in 16th place. Well, 43.37 at least, one of the fastest laps of the race. So they are lapping over a second faster than the race. They, of course, have got fresh tyres. This is really the first time I think we've seen Joshua Anderson be able to stretch his legs. When we saw them on fresh tyres earlier on, it was his teammate. And so now that Anderson's got these fresh tyres, probably got a bit of overspeed on everyone else out on circuit. He really is that quick. Sometimes we get into this very, should I say, cutthroat mentality sometimes. And I do think Anderson's got quite a big pace advantage over his teammate. I assume they're going to have to try to choreograph it so that he finishes the race. That seems to be the way to go, I imagine, for Alta.
Look, to be fair, there's not a big difference between both these drivers. Both very accomplished in these cars. Anderson doesn't race the V8 probably as much as what we see from his teammate, but Warren very capable in these cars also. So probably not much in him. I think either of these two could certainly bring this car home in a very good position. The outright pace at the moment, very good for both these drivers. We've just seen Anderson put in the quickest lap of the race so far, backs it up only 0.3 slower, so very, very consistent. When we were watching his teammate in the car, Dan Warren, working very well just to get the consistency, the car maybe just marginally off the pace, and we say marginally, not much in it at all, but really working to conserve those tyres and extend that range as far as it could.
Yeah, there's certainly still two of the most competitive drivers out on circuit, undoubtedly. So yeah, will probably be very strong, whoever takes that car to the end. Just a little bit of a recap, of course, why they're further down the order. We had a pace car, the only pace car so far in this race, on, but I believe lap 15 of the race. And some drivers came into the pits. In fact, almost everyone came into the pits. Altus Esports were leading at the time, decided not to come into the pits. It was a very quick decision that they had to make. Decided to stay out, and so they're very much off kilter. Looks as though they're going to have to say they'll have to make the same amount of pit stops still, but of course everyone else had a free pit stop under that pace car, so it doesn't look brilliant for them. So they will most likely take the lead when everyone else comes into the pits in a little bit. But yeah, once everyone else pits, they'll have to make an extra pit stop or Altus. So those pit stops, by the way, for the races should be coming in about 3 laps time. Speaking of pit stops, Carl Stokes has just come into the pits for Synergy Sim Racing. They managed to extend that stop actually a little bit longer. They managed to get 31 laps, we believe, to get to the end of the race. In fact, actually, apologies, no, we're still miles away from the pit stops. Apologies, we've still got 13 laps. Lap 77 should be when we come into the pits. So actually, Stokes coming in quite early into the pits. So they're certainly committing to a 5-stop strategy. CNG Sim Racing. We see side by side for Kimmons. Around the outside at 5. Almost runs his rival out to space. Does stay ahead though. Does a Pursuit Sim Racing car. Astro Gaming Altus, who had an off early run in this race, so can be recovering ever since then. Looks as though they are a lot quicker. Taking a lot of curb at turn 9. That's a bit of an unusual line to take. And they should have a good chance into 10.
Yeah, and able to get that move done. Actually runs it very wide, and a little bit of a block pass for Kidman up the inside of O'Brien there. So nice work to get that move done. He'd been fighting for that for the majority of this lap, actually. Didn't quite get the move done into turn 1, but able to settle it down in 10. The back end just stepping a fraction out as he gets back under the power, so something to keep in mind there. But already starting to open up quite a good little gap over O'Brien, who coincidentally is jumping into the lane for another stop for himself, and that potentially will be a driver change also.
Lap 65 this race. We're still not halfway through yet. Still got time for these drivers to come back. So a lot is going to happen in this race. Something that I sometimes get confused. I really ought to know the rules better. But of course, we do have that random pace car, don't we? Will that random pace car still be used? Or because we've already had a pace car, will we not have that random pace car anymore?
No, well, we do still have a random safety car. It isn't specified how many we potentially will get. Normally it's around 2, but obviously we've seen in the past racing does heat up, especially towards the back end. And once you get one safety car, unfortunately, we know the age-old rumour, safety cars breed safety cars. So there's potential for a few more of those to come back through as Scott gets a move done on one of the back market RRT cars there. Nicely done for him. But overall, for race control, obviously, they're looking at every incident going out throughout the course. This actually, Haber start coming up on a lot of back market traffic here, right? Sim Racing involved in that. And I think it might have been one of the middle figure cars as well. And that's hurt him quite a bit working out of turn 3 now.
So impressive from James Scott. I mean, I think it's rare that we've seen this level of dominance from him this season. To be fair, Anderson's very quick as well, further down the order. But Scott is pulling away easily from Haber. And remember, Haber really pushed him hard at Montreal. Scott usually has a little bit of extra pace, maybe not necessarily in qualifying. We've seen Haber set some absolutely superb lap times in qualifying so far this season. Summit Point comes to mind, and he's got a few other pole positions as well elsewhere. But he's gone from 2 seconds behind to 7.5 seconds ahead in, what, 20 laps? That's rare that he's quite so fast. And Haber's not slow either. I mean, Haber's a comfortable second place at the moment, pulling away from DPR Racing. So this is, yeah, really impressive from James Scott right now, running that gap out. And you can see just on the tower how it does just seem to be increasing corner after corner at the moment. Of course, you can check out the live timing link as well in the description, provided by SDK Gaming, and you can see updates on that gap throughout, along with their lap times, of course, as well. 9/10 of a second there, faster for ERT once again. A little bit of traffic, to be fair, for Haber, but still that gap comfortably increasing. Briggs, to be fair, is actually catching up to Haber, so 7/10 on that last lap as well. Again, maybe just the traffic holding up the United Sim Sports car, but Haber not a big fan of this part of the race, it seems.
No, I mean, the traffic's certainly going to start hindering his march forward, and obviously we saw him getting into a really solid scrap with Dane Warren just towards the end of Warren's stint there, and potentially maybe used up a little bit of life in those tyres. It's not common for him to sort of drop the amount that he has so short after those passes going on. That being said, he has had to work his way through a lot of traffic. We just see him getting past one of the Fishing Motorsports cars as well, so it hasn't certainly been an easy run for Haber, but you know, we know that he's very talented, very quick in these cars. Is certainly going to come through, and I think with the way the tyre models kind of come through with the new update, probably something that's going to work to suit him very well. He'll be able to adapt to it quite quickly, and we'll see him get back through. One thing we might quickly touch on too, just for the viewers tuning in who may not have been with us at the start, we have had a few penalties dished out over the course of the night from race control, and a few of these actually will be reviewed a little bit later on. But for those that had drive-throughs already on lap 4, we had Connor McCluskey for the drive-through, Brody Mayers through on lap 22. Unfortunately, James McKnight in the 027 got a drive-through as well, Sean Linsell as well. Other than that, we have seen some big incidents, but most of those managing to get through. James Latham also, just as you see on screen there, 35 incidents, and that will be our first drive-through penalty as a result of that.
Yep, it was coming. Surprised it took as long as it did to. There we are now halfway through this race. Just looking, we saw at Montreal, we were actually limited in terms of time. We have 137 laps, 650 kilometers. However, we also have a time limit as well of 4 hours. We're not yet halfway through this race still. Lap 68 at the moment. We've only completed 67.5 laps. So we're just short of halfway, and yet we've already got past the 2 hour mark. Obviously, the track temperature is cooling down, so the lap times will improve. Also, we had a pace car. There might not be a pace car in the second half of the race, so it could still be close. But there is a decent possibility, especially if we do get another safety car, that we will we will not get the full 137 laps in. So that might just be something to bear in mind. Blake Delaney, I believe, just lost a place whilst I was talking about that one. Lost out to ANZ Motorsports 7, teammate 8 Racing dropping down a place. There is David Miller as well. They're all getting 35 incidents. One does it, and now they're all thinking, oh, it's not quite as bad to be. You don't want to be the first, do you? You really don't want to be the first. So David Miller, car 031, who have been close to that limit for a while. I mean, I think they got 30 incidents. They were up to 30 incidents about 20 laps ago. So they've done well to only just about get 35 now. And remember, every 35 you get a penalty. I believe. Is it every 35?
Well, the first one definitely 35 incidents. The next one will be at 60 incidents for these guys, which will then be the drive-through. And then from there, once they hit that 80 incident limit, they'll unfortunately be DQ'd, and we'll potentially see those cars drop out of shot. So certainly something that the guys are going to need to be ultra critical of. We've already had 2 now that have copped the drive-through penalty for hitting 35 limits. The rest of the teams out there are going to have to keep an eye on that to try and limit those, because the more time you spend in those pit stops, the harder it's going to be to get up these orders.
This is how Anderson managed to get past into 10th place past Kimmond and O'Brien very recently. He's still lapping very quick. Anderson was a little bit slower than the race leader on that last lap, but then of course was negotiating with traffic, so you can appreciate he may have lost a bit of time.
Yeah, it looked like it was actually quite an easy pass for him to get through on those guys there as well. So working very nicely. Gavin Cox coming back through. He's got down Brent O'Brien right behind him. The Mach 1 Esports Green machine just ahead. So these guys now down 20th, 21st, 22nd at the moment. Just about to finish over the halfway point here as they work their way through the final corner. Very wide though for the middle figure racing car. Not able to get that inside clipping point, and that's going to see O'Brien with a nice run, potentially taking that spot off.
It didn't quite happen for him in the end. You're absolutely right. It was a little bit wide. Now it actually doesn't get past through there, does O'Brien. Had to get done on the brakes. Apologies, as John Caruso moving past into 21st place now is Caruso. A driver who has got. Did Caruso get second place last time out, or was that someone else?
I will run back through the points and notify you. I have to double check that myself actually.
We actually we have a commentator, Adam Hedgecock, who unfortunately won't be commentating this week on the Apex Racing League GT Championship because we're on a break week. But that'll be back on Apex Racing TV. Certainly do check out that next Sunday evening for the Europeans. And he has something that absolutely blew my mind. As a commentator who's been commentating now for about 3 years, he has a notepad and he keeps notes for stuff that would be useful later on in the race, and that's just professionalism to a whole new level, something that never even occurred to me. And this is the type of situation where I thought that would be quite useful, to be honest. But we might find out if Caruso did get that second place at Silverstone. It was a great race, by the way, at Silverstone last time. Haber was leading for a bit. Surprise, James Scott won his fifth race victory, we believe, of the season. This now round 9 of the championship, 16 round season. 10 sprint rounds, 6 endurance rounds. I believe this is the 4th endurance round. We still have another one to go at Bathurst to round out the season, along with another one as well. Top of my head, I forget which circuit it's going to be. But also, we've got very few break weeks from now to the end of the season. We've got we've got another round next week, and then we've got a break week, and then after that, I believe we have 5 rounds in 5 weeks, which is how we like it. We want to have as many rounds of this championship as possible, because we really do love commentating on these events. Brian Borg has come into the pits, car number 1 for Premier Racing Team on lap 71. So they have still got then 2 more stops in order to get to the end of the race. This is how Caruso managed to get past then, and that was easy enough into turn 1. Nice move there from the 26 car.
A little further up here, Ian Bird just getting a move put on him as well. So the injectors on my car just down the inside into 10. So nice run from Mick Cracknell. Moves that car now up into the 18th spot, continuing to get the cloud cover starting to come over as well, which will ultimately be dropping the temps on circuit as well, which is going to help these guys. You can start to see where they've been running predominantly around this circuit. You're going to start seeing a lot of tyre build-up as this race continues to unfold. Right behind them, you've got the 088, so race leaders now closing in on 17th position at the moment. So fantastic run there for our team, our race leader at the moment.
That's a 34 degrees track temperature now. It's gone down by about 6 degrees in the last hour, and will continue to decrease. It's going to be about 6 o'clock in the evening, even past that in sim time. So probably going to be down towards maybe even the low 20s, mid 20s probably by the end of this race. So the tyres should really last much better at the end of this race. And of course the lap times as well. We should see some purple lap times later on as because lower track temperatures usually means better pace. Although it must be said, this new iRacing tyre model, I believe, has addressed a couple of those issues better. I used to be a bit extreme when it came to that, but I think this new tyre model 7 has addressed a couple of those issues. You're absolutely right about Scott coming up to the back of these guys, and this is bad news for Injector's online racing, because you want to stay on the lead lap if you possibly can, because then you can, if you get a pace car, then everyone's neutralized and you can quickly just pace around and pull away from the race lead and come back to the train on the lead lap, and you can gain a lot of time. However, of course, once you're one lap down, then you're going to stay one lap down. So not fantastic. James Scott now 12.5 seconds ahead. Really is quite spectacular, this. In a season of spectacular drives, this may just take the ticket, I think, as he moves on to his 74th lap of this race. We're expecting pit stops pretty much in about 3 laps or so.
Yes, stops will start coming through. We'll then see the Logitech AOSC car move back up towards the sharp end, currently sitting in 5th. So remember, they're slightly out of sequence, having continued on after that first safety car, lap 17. But it's interesting to see the way these are playing out. The lap times for all our drivers at the moment, very, very close. We're seeing the AOSC car of 40.06, plays our race leader of 40.4. So pace-wise between both, very, very consistent at the moment. If anything, maybe tipping slightly in favour of Josh Anderson and the Logitech guys.
And Adam Griggs is still catching up as well in 3rd place. He's down to 4 seconds to Harley Haber. That is 2nd and 3rd places, United Sim Sports and DPR Racing 1. Tony Entridge has lost a lot of time in the stint, hasn't he? He's now 18 seconds behind Griggs. Those two were nose to tail right at the start of this stint, and now they're a long way behind. And even Pursuit Sim Racing 940 ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing 777 as well now. So Tony Entridge, once again, I don't know, a little bit out of sorts, maybe saving a bit of fuel. Not quite sure, but hasn't been an ideal stint, although it does look very nice to see those two cars line astern out on circuit.
Yeah, doing a really good job for both these guys. We saw them come together at the end of Montreal as well, where they were exchanging positions to finish out that race. But over the past few events, Pursuit Sim Racing managing to get up on the podium as well, which has been really fantastic for both those guys and the team as well. Starting to accumulate some good points, which is ever critical as you go in towards the length of this championship. But right now, probably, if anything, maybe the favourite just in hand of the teammate. Actually, you see him dropping into the lane, so this will actually free Tally Entridge up now to get back underway with it, and we'll keep an eye over the next 2 laps to see whether that pace increases. Likewise, we'll keep an eye on his teammate just to see what the stationary pit stop time is here for these guys and whether they're playing strategy yet.
So 64 laps then to get to the end of the race. That was just a 29-lap stint there for Pursuit Sim Racing 3. So by my calculations, 29 plus 29 is only 58. So he's going to be 6 laps short for the end of the race, unless they're willing to save a lot of fuel. But that's a really tricky situation to gain 6 laps of fuel in 2 stints. That's going to lose you a lot of time. So the drivers who are able to get to lap 77 are going to be in a much better place. Maybe that's what Tally Entridge has been doing. Maybe he's just been lifting and coasting for much of this stint, perhaps. Just trying to save that fuel to get to the threshold. Who knows? But he certainly is ahead now on track. That's Rizzo for Czech Esports. He's been quick as Rizzo whenever he's been in the car. So too is Jack Boyd, actually. Both of these guys are having a very impressive round of the championship today. It's for 5th and 6th places now. Only just ahead of Logitech G Altus Esports as well. Anderson rapidly catching up to these guys by over a second a lap.
Yeah, and they'll make it rather tough for him to try and get through there. They've got quite a good bit of pace on board both these cars at the moment. Last time for Rizzo, a 44.9, so fractionally slower than what we're seeing from the guys behind. Actually, it was a stellar lap last time for Anderson. a 43.95 and really moving along in the Logitech car there at the moment. But for these guys, 4th and 5th, the pace for both of them very, very nice at the moment. GRM having a really good run to find themselves just ahead, but look for Rizzo potentially, as you can see him closing in a little bit mid-corner, should be able to get back up, and we'll see this fight for 4th and 5th start to head up again.
Another second taken out by Anson, that last at 43.9. Way best for Rizzo just to save a bit of fuel right now. Lap 75 now of this race. 33 laps to go for these drivers. Sorry, apologies, 63 laps to go for these drivers.
Continue to keep an eye on that march forward for Anderson. Another quick lap last time by 49.3, so very, very consistent in this pace.
Sorry for interrupting, Daniel, but Sean Thompson is stationary out in circuit at the moment. So in 35th place is the 092 car. I just wonder, are we going to get a safety car perhaps coming up? I don't know if we get cameras on Thompson for a second. He has now towed back to the pits. So, we might see what happened to Thompson here.
As we cut back, yeah, just on the replay, watching that car exit. Didn't look too bad, and able to get a good exit out of 10 up through 11. Car looked pretty good, and then just managed to loop it around all on his own. Not sure what happened. And weird the way that unfolded, because there was no help from anyone else. It just seemed to turn that car around on his own. Able to get it off to the infield. Not sure for the reason for exiting the car, however, because there was certainly no damage as a result of that. Just very unfortunate for the way that unfolded.
It seems like we're not going to get a pace car anyway. I thought there may be a slightly bigger incident, because I did just see him stationary on our live timing off the circuit as well, which usually indicates that someone has crashed. Instead, just a spin and then very slow back underway Thompson, and does seem to have towed back to the pits as well, so very strange. Nice delivery, by the way, on that ANZ Motorsports car. We've seen Henry King a few times so far. I've just noticed how nice that delivery looks. It looks very good, so well done to whoever designed that one. Very impressive. Maybe Knight Rider Designs, of course, one of the sponsors for this series. Do check out Knight Rider Designs for designing liveries on iRacing. As King loses out though around the outside of turn 3 to Stubber. This car in the middle of the circuit, at least to defend from the car behind her, but I don't think that's going to work very well for him. Can he just about get his car ahead? Yes, he can. He'll be all right going into turn 11. Hardy Haber is into the pits. So this is lap 77 of the race, or 76 even, that he came into the pits on. So they are having to push the fuel. 31 laps to go. You'd expect he's got one more pit stop to go, but he is going to have to fuel save in order to get to that mark. Still DPR Racing continuing out on circuit, and Pursuit Sim Racing 1 as well. James Scott pitted a couple of laps ago on lap 75, Evolution Racing Team 088. So they'll be hoping for a safety car just to make fuel quite easy. And of course, we aren't expecting to get through all 137 laps as well. We expect probably about 135. We think we're going to miss out on a couple of laps, but it's very close at the moment to see how many we're going to get.
Yeah, just as we were watching that, the Team 88 car, Blake Delaney, getting that move done on the ANZ Motorsports car. So EXG Motorsports, the next contender for 24th position, excuse me. And yeah, EXG Motorsports going very, very defensive, trying to retain that spot. So these three very, very close together. Right behind them as well, you can see one of the RRT Redback cars a little bit out of sequence. As a result, a little further down the order, but we'll keep an eye on them working their way through, and not too far back. We've also got, I guess, the ERT cars working their way back up into this fight as well. So this will be a nice little train starting to heat up. You see one of the Redback Racing cars, Mach 1 Esports cars taking the new layout there, just clearing the way, letting these guys through to not impede their progress.
Could still be a bit awkward when he has to rejoin the circuit. I think he thought, oh, this is a great idea. No, has anyone ever done this before? And then probably realised that to get back onto the circuit, you have to take the racing line. There are a few cars behind him. Into the pits then comes the EXG Motorsports white car. So probably wise thing to do. Taliancic's still going then, wow. So maybe he was fuel saving. Maybe that's hypothesis of mine was correct, because this is now 31 laps for Michael Taliancic. Only driver yet to pit. Out of the drivers on his pits strategy, at least. Yeah, 31, that's a long way. A bit unnecessary for him to save that much fuel, to be honest, because we're not even going to get 137 laps in. I don't know why he decided to save so much fuel. Probably lost a bit of time, but there's no doubt he's going to be able to get to the end to the race on one stop. And by the way, I realise that it's quite tricky to keep up to date with all the pit stops and stuff and strategy, and I probably don't convey it in a brilliant message. But basically, the situation that we're currently in is Taliancic, he's got 2 more stops to make. Joshua Anderson, he has got 2 more stops to make. So that is the predicament that currently AOSC Esports find themselves in, that they've got to do the same amount of stops as a Pursuit Sim Racing. The reason why Pursuit Sim Racing are ahead is because they have got a free pit stop under the first safety car. So that is why AOSC Esports find themselves in a little bit of a tricky situation, because it looks as though they're going to lose out potentially. There you can see 2 stops for each of those teams, 2 stops still to go. Taliancic, I mean, I'll put my house on him coming into the pits on this lap. I don't see how he's going to be able to do 32 laps as he does, and I get to keep my house, which I'm very pleased about, as he trundles on into the pits.
That was a wild ride for him on the pit lane there, had those rear brakes locked up and almost what could have been an awkward spin on the lane, so that was lucky for him there not to have had that issue. That'll leave Logitech LTG out in front when this all cycles through, and they're only just crossing the line now to reclaim the lead, so we'll keep an eye to see how much time they can get. ERT right behind them and actually sitting in a slightly better spot at this point. The gap down to 2 seconds at the moment, already 1 pit stop advantage to ERT as well, so they are very well poised to potentially be in the shotgun seat basically to take this win.
I don't think we've seen Anderson be overtaken so far in this race. Scott has an issue with his headlights. We discussed this at Silverstone last time out, where he took the lead and then for some reason he was just flashing his lights, and it's like, mate, no one can see you. We could see him, but no one can see you, mate. Stop flashing the lights. Save a bit of the battery power, mate. And then we spoke to him afterwards, and he was like, flashing lights? Oh, what's that about? It was a complete accident that he was flashing lights. He's got some kind of button assigned, which is really quite glitchy at the moment. Maybe he's like assigned 1 button to do 2 things, and one of those things is headlights, and he doesn't even realise they set it up like that. But that is why he is probably doing that. There's Sean Evans, by the way. That was a little bit of an off for him going through turn 7, passing the corner a bit. Also Jet Bennett, the triple forecourt, and apparently there has been a crash for one of these drivers, and we're just trying to identify whereabouts it occurred. Yeah, we will try to work on that one. And maybe it was a little bit of an issue on our systems instead. But there is EXG Black still running fine in 22nd place.
Blake Delaney now coming back under all sorts of fire. You've got the SimSpeed car just ahead, right behind them, the ANZ Motorsports car as well. These guys really haven't managed to get away from each other over the past couple of laps either. Very, very close together on circuit at this moment. You see him diving down into turn 6 there. Actually, if anything, a little bit better exit for the ANZ car. You see him really closing up on the little kink here. I think it's a little bit better that move. Slots back in, and certainly a lot more pace on board that car at the moment. Oh, it's nice big slide there for the ANZ Motorsports car, able to regain that. Loses just a hair of speed there, closes up big again under the brakes. Just maybe working a little bit hard to try and get that grip on the front end of that car. If anything, starting to struggle just a fraction.
So I was just trying to work out how many laps we're going to get. It turns out that we've got 100 minutes to go in this race. And as you can see on the time tower, we're 2 minutes 24 into the event. And so we've only got 95 minutes allotted to complete this race. So it does seem like we are going to miss a couple of laps right at the end, which is kind of what we thought anyway. But the lap times are getting stronger, so we might edge in one more lap just by the fact that the track temperatures cooled down a bit since the start of the race. And these drivers are really rapidly racing along now. Still the potential for more safety cars as well. Still got 56 laps go in this event. Scott Fountain then, yeah, still defending for sim speed. The drivers will be absolutely loving these conditions. I mean, once you've put in a stint on the high track temperatures, when you get onto low track temperatures, it's like, my goodness, it's like a different car. It feels like you're driving a prototype because of the extra grip that you got. So I imagine these drivers are quite liking these conditions at the moment, thinking that this is quite simple for them. There is the track temperature, 34 degrees, 10 degrees lower than what it was at the start of the race. Partly cloudy at the moment, although we have seen that change a lot as this race has gone on.
I think we'll continue to see that change as the race continues on as well, with that cloud cover still hitting the circuit. We're already dropping down a little bit more down to that 33 range now, so not too bad at all. Scott Fountain doing a great job, sitting in 17th at the moment, holding off the challenges of the Team 88 car and ANZ Motorsports, who have been a little bit quicker over the last few laps comparative, but just not able to close in enough to get that move done. One thing we did actually miss too, just quickly too, the ERT 088 actually gone out and set the quickest lap of the race just recently. They did a 1:42.99, currently the only car to have dipped under the 43 range. So a lot of good pace on board them at the moment.
Brad Ryan has just come into the pits from third place. So he had missed one performance racing going up into third place. But well done to those guys. Yeah. That was good, isn't it? 15-second pit stop was their last pit stop, and they're now coming for the 4th time in this race. Sam Sutton getting back in that car. Now, traffic for the race leader, and this has slowed up Anderson a little bit, down to 0.7 of a second. Now, if you were Anderson, would you fight Scott? Because Scott, remember, Anderson's still got to do one extra pit stop. He's at a big disadvantage when it comes to the fuel. Would you fight Scott and lose a little bit of time, potentially, or would you just let him go and race your own race?
Oh, it's a really tough one. The racer, he says you've got to retain that position. You've got to do what you got to do to stay ahead. Obviously, within the rules of the guideline, we don't want to see anyone being punted unnecessarily, or anyone being punted for that matter. But it's a hard one to say. I think Anderson's going to continue to push on. At this point, he does have a little bit of lap traffic ahead to consider here as well. So that's certainly something that's going to play on the mind a bit. But knowing that he does have that extra stop, track position is key right now. In the event there is that safety car to come out, so I think we'll see him continue on for as long as possible, right up until that last minute. Hoping that if he is able to get that safety car, might be that saving grace that he needs to get back on strategy again.
Yeah, because if we did get a safety car now, for example, then he'd probably come into the pits and save quite a bit of time. So you're absolutely right. I mean, as Scott is driving very well, and ERT 88 are driving very well. So the 54 car, Stuart Crawford, has got a drive through penalty. That is, oh dear, 55, 54, 54. Where are they? That is 42nd place SSF Henright, down in 42nd place at the moment. Point I was going to make. Oh, it was. Oh dear, I think I forgot. Oh, dear, I got distracted, and now I've forgotten what I was going to say. Anyway, Anderson could certainly get himself back into play if we had a safety car later on in the race. So it might just be worth keeping on. Here we go. This is what I was going to say. I was going to say that I kind of wanted to hold up Scott because ERT are driving so well, they might run away with this event if they can get past. Whereas Anderson could be a little bit of a block for a while to stop Scott gets away. Remember, Haber is another 16 seconds behind. Haber has got a bit more fuel on that car. One lap fresher tyres and 1 lap more of fuel as well. And fuel will be a trouble in this in today's race. He's going to have to save a bit of fuel as Scott, but certainly ERT 88 are looking really strong right now for the race win. Are they going to be able to get past Anderson right now? Anderson a little bit wider through the final corner, might square it off slightly better. So far, Scott has been absolutely superb down the straight. And trying to get into the slipstream now is the race leader. Puts his car in the middle of the circuit just to get past the back marker. Scott is flashing his lights. Will he go for it into one? No. So playing the patient game. But Anderson pretty aggressive there. He wanted to stay in the draft, indicating maybe that he does want to stay in the lead right now, and he's not going to let Scott have the season.
No, I definitely think we'll see this fight continue on for quite a while. The hard part for Anderson right now, being that first car on these on the lap traffic as he comes to it, almost puts him at a slight disadvantage trying to anticipate where those guys are going. For Scott behind, he's got that little bit extra run of if the guys go to the left, he can go to the right and look for that opportunity. So being in second position right now, chasing down those leaders and applying the pressure is probably the spot where you want to be at this point. Anderson, know the caliber of Anderson. I'm sure he's not going to be looking in the rearview mirror that much, and he'll have eyes forward, but it's something that you've got to train yourself not to do. Just get that slight little glances, keep that mindset up there. But if anyone can do it, absolutely Anderson has got that in spades. Definitely going to be able to hold this off, but it's a fantastic enticing thing to what could lead to the end of this race. United Sim Sports, while this fight continues on, will be able to start closing down their gap to the back of these two as well, which hopefully, all going well, we're going to see those three back into a really solid fight to finish out this race.
So once again, a bit of a slipstream for the race leader behind another back marker. So again, Scott's going to be too far behind. Not gaining anything there. It's got too fair. They did all have the slipstream. So not too much was expected. Good lap time for Anderson though, 44.09. Only 1 second slower than his best lap time of the race. Remember, he's going to probably come into the pits within the next couple of laps. That's what we're thinking at least. Will be a short pit stop or short-term pit stop at least. Got 2 more pit stops to make to both of these drivers. Apologies. We think Anderson's got 2 more pit stops to make. Scott should only have 1, although potential for 2. Wonder if Scott will actually just stay behind Anderson for the next couple of laps. Wait till Anderson comes into the pits, might be the way to go. Here is Ferraris.
Yeah, for Dominic there, it was a nice solid run down into turn number 1 there. Looks to get that move down the inside there. So Trick Sim Sports continuing their run forward against GRM. So good move for him. Able to get the block on the exit of 2 and hold that along the long right-hander through turn 3 there as well. So not a bad run there at all.
I must say, I've never noticed the birds on iRacing before. Of course, everyone really cares about the birds. The new bird model being released on iRacing, probably quite recently, I imagine. But we have seen, that is Pellets at the last corner. This is going to be a pace car, I wonder. Because he is pretty stranded there. I wonder if we could get cameras on the 39 car of Chris Pellet.
well. He's actually just managed to get that car refired and get out of the way there. So I think we'll see this race continue on. Just a bit of a spin in the back of shot. We're going to cut to a replay just to get a look at what unfolded for him there. It looks like he came off pretty hard because there's certainly some contact down the left-hand side of that car as we watch the replay. But really, yeah, just running it wide. It's a bit of a half spin, gets out to the gravel trap and a bit one way through him the other, and lucky to have not hit anyone right in front of our race leaders as well. So that's certainly not something that they would have needed to have seen.
I'm surprised. When I first saw that, I thought, yep, safety car, like we saw earlier on with that crash at turn 2. Looked like maybe another blown engine. It's a big shame for Chris Perry. We've seen so few mistakes from drivers today, so few self-mistakes. The drive stands have been absolutely superb, and I'm sure as Anderson was driving past for Logitech G AOSC Esports, he was thinking, oh, hang on, could be on for something here. Wasn't to be, unfortunately for him. He would really... Oh, Scott is sideways, and that's as close as James Scott will ever get to a spin, I think. Heating up those tyres. Now, I think the racer will probably come into the pits here, and he sure does. So how long was that stint? 29 laps? 28 laps even. 28 laps then for Josh Anderson. And he's back into the pits for his penultimate pit stop in this race. As apologies for these cameras, slightly weird shot there of stuff appearing in front of us. But he is into the pits. That's the most important thing. That is something that we can narrate without cameras, undoubtedly. And Anderson, where's he going to come out? Might come out in 10th place. Apologies, 9th place. I think he's going to be around Ferraris, I imagine, around the Trick Esports HRS car.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. That car still stationary in the lane. At the moment, it was a fantastic slide though, and save for Scott there. I thought he had that thing right out on the ragged edge, so really good job to be able to retain that. And now with that free air, we'll start to see a bit more of that pace in that car as well. Logitech car still stationary in the lane. And they've got about 12 seconds at this point before the trick car comes through, as you see him just on shot now. And it's going to be a drag race for both of these cars into turn 1, and Dane Warren getting back on board, able to retain that spot. So into 9th position for him, and gets that position ahead of Trick Sim Sports.
I don't want to blow my own trumpet or anything, but that is now twice that I've said roughly where Jai will come out. And by the way, I pretty much guess when it comes out. I just think, oh, that looks all right. I pretty much have a dartboard and I just throw a dart at the driver and do that. So quite pleased about that one. 9th place then, Logitech G AOSC Esports. And it's tricky to say where they're going to come back. I think a podium is still possible for them. Remember, their last pit stop is going to be much shorter than everyone else's last pit stop. And they're going to have fresher tyres as well for the majority of the end of this race. I say the end of this race, I mean, we've still got 50 laps to go in this race, or 1 hour 23, whatever comes sooner, whatever is shorter. Looks as though, yeah, 135 laps-ish that we're going to get to in today's event. Most of the battles calming down. We've only got very few packs left in the out on the field. Here is Sean Linsell though in 19th place. He is catching up to Sean Evans, the battle of the Seans at the moment. ERT versus Mac1 Esports, and on that last lap they matched one another. 45.000 were equal to the 100th of a second. So they're pretty evenly matched, it seems, at the moment. Although Linsell, just by the way that car is handling, maybe has a bit of an advantage. There he is, 6/10 of a second faster on lap 85. I do love this graphic. It does help a lot when it comes to the progression. Uh-oh, that's wide. Now, can he stay around the outside? Might have the inside for the next corner still, because he can square off the corner. However, he does run too wide. Mac1 Esports Yellow to move up a place up into 18th now. Also got Tom Freer of Pursuit Sim Racing. He's had a little bit of a tricky race. Has been very strong in recent rounds of his career, but and Pursuit for that matter. Shoving down the inside through turn 4. Nearly contact on the exit, nearly contact again on the run to 5. This with ASJ Gaming Altus Esports. And a better run there for the ASJ team. And they do get ahead then into 13th position. Was half a second faster on that last lap, so we're catching by a decent margin and now up that place. They are a little bit out of sequence, are these teams. 7-lap fresher tyres for the 44 car who are now riding on board with. Imagine he will start pulling away. Next up the road is 11 seconds up to Sam Sutton, who's got older tyres, One Performance Racing. I can't see Altus getting too much, but oh, there's a crash at the final corner. And maybe this is finally the safety car that we've been waiting for, Josh Morgan. And that is in the wall for the 675 car. And I don't think that car is getting out of the wall anytime soon. So that is, Josh Morgan. And we are about to get a replay of how this one happened. And the safety car is deployed. So that is a big change in this race. Runs wide. Oh, and it was unlucky for the following car. And it was, like I said, Morgan for Fishy Motorsports was coming in from behind and pretty much had nowhere to go. It was on board with the car ahead and just running too wide onto the ground. Oh, well, to be fair, he hadn't lost it yet. And now, of course, getting stuck in the tyre barrier as well.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward one there for the Fisher Motorsports car coming through. Watch there on board. You can see just how far wide the PRA car was, so already slowing down quite a fair bit. Probably not expecting him to come back to where he was, but that's a hard spot just to be caught up in a wall like that. And that's probably going to be their night done now, unfortunately for them.
So, everyone coming into the pit. This is... who's this good for? I'm not quite sure. It's not ideal. It's not terrible for anyone, really. I think Altus would have liked this happen a little bit earlier. However, they are now coming up and they might be ahead. This will actually be very good for Altus because United SimSpots are still stationary and we're going to have a change for second place with Logitech G Altus Esports moving up into second. DPR Racing are up into third. So Pursuit Sim Racing have had a slow pit stop, it seems. Forza El Nabi, 36.5 seconds. I say it's a slow pit stop. Basically, what's happened is they've taken probably about 80% of a tank of fuel have United SimSpots. Meanwhile, DPR Racing have only taken half a tank of fuel. So this will be a shorter stint for DPR Racing. However, they have got track position. But no, this has worked out very well actually for Logitech G Altus Esports, because they are up into second place. And after looking like they might not even finish on the podium, second place seems to be a guarantee now.
Yeah, this will really be beneficial for them. It certainly helps alleviate the issues they were looking at with that pit stop. I would imagine we're still going to see one more stop for all these guys. That being said, it's going to be absolutely lightning quick. It'll just be a small splash of fuel as the safety car just waiting to pick up our race leader, who is just about to do now. But this has certainly played into the hands of the Logitech car and brings them right back up into the fight. Really unfortunate though for United SimSports dropping down into fourth now. A little bit probably slower than what they would have ideally liked, but DPR being a great benefactor in that, getting themselves up. This is going to be the interesting point now, and we'll see whether we have more cars coming in, but we've got 3 cars between our race leader and now second place as well. So that traffic, if they're not jumping in the lane, and we may see one more after this time, certainly going to be interesting on the restart.
Still that car bait in the wall. Gonna have to get a tow undoubtedly. Right there. It's the 675 car. I think iRacing is meant to do that, where it kind of sticks the car into the wall, but it doesn't quite look normal, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes it doesn't. The train forming up right now. So the top 12 all coming into the pits. Brenton O'Brien I say the top 12 coming into the pits. Dane Warren didn't come into the pit in second place, but he only pitted 3 laps ago. Britton O'Brien hasn't come into the pits. He only pitted 4 laps ago. Expected Henry King to come into the pits. It seems like the top 20 are all on the lead lap. So James Mackey for Pursuit Sim Racing, the last driver on the lead lap, he's going to benefit a lot from this. Also, another team who I think have lost out quite badly then are going to be Pursuit Sim Racing 777, who are currently in 5th place. I think they're actually going to lose out quite a bit, Pursuit Sim Racing, because they had an advantage on fuel. They've been able to go really far on that Talianchich stint. And it meant that they were going to have to save less fuel to get to the end of the race. Now that everyone has come into the pits anyway, it's kind of negated that advantage that they had previously. So, unfortunate for them, such a car in this lap. Going to do well to form up this field. Actually, no, it won't be too bad. Ben Christiansen and Craig Jones also just coming into the pits. They are both on the lead lap for ANZ and Mach 1 Esports. As you were saying, of course, before, 3 cars between the top 2 drivers. Cooper Webster now in that car. So, yeah, this is kind of maybe the time for the second drivers, I guess, as it's an unusual line for the pace car there. Webster and Webster and Warren may be the number 2 drivers in that team. Didn't set their team's qualifying times. See how they can perform as they crawl round now, turn 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, definitely. Although, I mean, we've seen the calibre of Cooper Webster in this car over the course of the season, very, very quick out there as well. So look for him to put a big gap on early on. If anything, Warren's going to really need to push hard to get past these lap cars. I don't envisage we're going to see a lot of fight from them. I'm sure they're going to want to let these guys go, get back underway. And now with the safety car pulling away, it's going to be Cooper Webster with control of the field. Whenabouts will we potentially see him jump for the restart?
So 47 laps to go, probably 6 laps to go even at the conclusion of this one. One more pit stop for everyone to make, and this has really evened out the field. Everyone on the same pit strategy now, so it's a straight race to the end. Still potential for more pit stop, for more safety cars. But certainly in pole position is going to be Cooper Webster. When does he decide to go for it? He goes early before the final corner. And this is a great opportunity for him to build a gap that he had of about 16 seconds before this pace car. It's been whittled down much lower than that, but he gets the field underway for ERT 88. Behind them, he's trying to deal with the traffic straight away, flashing off the lights from the 72 car in 3rd place. And not getting past straight away is Dane Warren, and he's already lost a couple of seconds to the race leader. Now has got past a couple of them, as Andrew Dyson as well for DPI Racing closing in as well down the inside into 4, and they have done a very good job to be fair as the Altus Esports car. Only 2 seconds lost there, and he can now set his sights on the race leader. No changes I'm seeing amongst the top 10 drivers at least. I think so much traffic getting involved that very few drivers were actually lying astern when we started this period. So very comfortable start for everyone out there.
Yeah, the Injectors Online guys getting into a little bit of a scrap with One Performance Racing. So Trick Sim Sports got away quite nicely. Up towards the front though, I did notice we were seeing the United Sim Sports car really getting a good jump and managing to hold alongside DPR Racing for 4th position as well. Well down the order though, everyone's still scrapping, trying to get those last positions as much as they can. The 777 involved in that as well, so that's very unfortunate for those guys. They're caught up in a lot of traffic, but you can see on screen now the United Sim Sports car just in front of them is DPR Racing, so that's 3rd position right there, and at the bottom of frame, 2nd place Altus Esports. But look at the gap that Logitech G is still able to gain with their, that's still increasing 1.5 seconds at this point as they work their way down into lap corner number 1.
What a lap from Dane Warren. Fastest lap of the race, 42.38. That is a sledgehammer of a lap time. Cool tyres. And if he's going to take the challenge to ERT 88, this is the time to do it. Track temperature down to 30 degrees. Started off at 44. We are just getting faster and faster out here. Despite these fast times, still not going to get the 137 laps in, especially with that pace, a couple of pace laps, really just slowed down the field a lot. Could have a change for position for third place. Dyson a little bit off line through turn 4, down on the inside into 5. Potentially is El Nabi. Has he been able to get that one done for United Sim Sports? He's down the inside going into turn 7. And he has got ahead then, so that's a change for third position. United Sim Sports getting up into third place. DPR Racing dropping down to 4th.
Yeah, really solid move there from El Nabi. He's going to push on extremely hard now. We know how quick he's already been throughout the course of the season. And to have the challenge of the Elvis car just in front, I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to that, to try and push on and gain that position back. So we'll keep an eye on that now that he's been released. 2 race leaders last time by, even though we saw Warren having to contend with that traffic, as you say, a 42.38. That's a blisteringly quick time. And it was both our race leaders, only 2 currently in those 42-second ranges.
Much faster as Warren on this lap, half a second again. This is remarkable. EIT were pulling away so comfortably when James Scott was in the car. And now that Warren, now that Webster's got in, maybe not quite the same pace. It's still remarkable lap times from Webster. I mean, that's still the fastest lap that they've set in this race. But Warren is just too quick right now, making up a lot of time. You can see it was consistent amongst the 3 sectors, couple of tenths everywhere, half a tenth in this first sector as well. Needs to keep this momentum up. If he can get past now, needs to get track position as soon as possible.
Yeah, and already behind that as well, we're starting to see El Nabi extend a little bit of a gap over DPR Racing as well. So he's pushing on that gap, 3rd to 4th, out to 8 tenths of a second already. A little further down the order as well. Synergy Sim Racing working their way down in 7th. They've got Premier Racing in there. Trick Sim Sports also getting involved in here as well. One Performance Racing also coming through for the fight as well. So this is a good little scrap for these guys between 6th and 9th position on track at the moment as well.
Yeah, Ross, who was a little bit further up. I'm not sure if this pace car's really worked great for Ross. Ross actually came in under the pace car, so pitted, I think, about 10 laps before the pace car. So surprisingly, he did decide to come in. Seeing that he may have been able to get track position, but felt as though the fuel was slightly more important. Goes to the inside into the penultimate corner on the back marker. Might be able to make a bit of a gap now, Ross, and that's actually worked out really well for him because they're getting held up so much just behind with McMullen. And Ferraris is going to be ever so close for Trick Esports. 3 wide down the pit straight at Barcelona. McMullen on the inside. He should have the better line. Ferraris squeezes through the middle though. McMullen almost a little bit out of shape. Had to take such an acute angle there. And it is Dominic Ferraris who gets ahead for Trick Esports. Nice work right there.
Yeah, really solid run there for him. And a little unfortunately, had a little bit of lap traffic there just to contend with, but good move for both of them. Cooper Webster still holding on to the lead. A little slower last time by to what we saw from Warren, but these two are starting to extend a nice little gap over Forza El Nabi, who you can see just in the top of the frame there. DPR Racing as well, still hanging in there, although the gap just starting to extend a fraction over 3rd.
Yeah, El Nabi about the same lap time as the race leaders. By the way, these guys are the only guys getting close to the 42s. I mean, everyone else is 44s on the most part. So these fundamentals are just sprinting away. You can see the amount of field spread that we're seeing straight away. Perhaps that is partly due to the traffic for some of the drivers further down, whereas these guys got fresh air. But still, really good, strong lap times being set. And I can't remember the last time that Webster actually pulled away in a single sector let alone a lap. And it is just a tiny amount each time between, between half a tenth and 2/10 in every single sector at the moment. And now the change for the lead might just be coming. And we asked this question before, would Altus defend against ERT? Now it's the other way around. Will ERT defend against Altus?
Oh yeah, definitely. They're going to want to hold on to this for as long as possible, and they're doing everything they need to do. The fuel saving is out the window at this point in time. We're looking at the race consistency for both of these drivers. Last time by, Warren just dipping into the 42s. Cooper Webster just a fraction slower, but these guys have to be careful now. They've already got a nice little buffer over third place. They're not going to want to throw it away, but at the same point, we're going to see Warren really start applying the pressure to get back up in front.
No chance into 10. You'd expect turn 1 to be the place where the move occurs. Certainly around this part of the circuit, it's so tricky to form a move. I don't think we've seen any moves down into these last couple of corners so far today. We want to pick up an incident on the inside there. By the way, the 033 car of Jack Boyd in 12th place, GRM Enduro, I believe that's the first car on the lead lap to get a drive-through penalty for the amount of incidents that they have occurred. So they are going to lose a lot of places. Here comes Logitech G Altus Esports. It's a half move really down the inside for Warren. Oh, that was so close to contact there. You do not get closer than that, and I think Cooper Webster almost just squeezing him there. That was a strange move, I thought, from Warren there, Darren, because he didn't properly commit to it, but maybe just scaring Webster a little bit, seeing if he'd make a mistake.
Yeah, trying to show the intent that he's definitely looking to get a move done here. Not quite close enough and lucky to have just been able to pull out of that move just enough and leave a fraction of room for both those cars to get through. But at the moment, Warren's definitely got the pace on board the Logitech G car, and he's certainly applying a huge amount of pressure on the back of Webster. So Cooper Doe doing a fantastic job to hold this off right now as they work their way down towards turn 10 now. But this is going to really be an advantage to Warren here, who's going to get a nice little bit of draft.
No chance into 10. And yeah, once again, turn 1 probably going to be the best opportunity. It is such a long run down into turn 1. And the great thing about this historic layout is the fact that you go onto the pit straight at such a high speed. And obviously, at high speed, the air is a lot thicker, and therefore the slipstream effect is that much more powerful. And so by going onto this pit straight at this extra speed, does mean that you got an extra opportunity at making the move into turn 1. Here we are again. To the inside. Is there any defense put up by ERT? Webster stays on the outside again. And if they weren't close to contact on the last lap, they were very close to contact on this lap as well. And you just wonder how many times can they get away with racing just like that, because once again, inches separating the top two in this race. And that last lap, Forza and Alnabi gaining by 0.2 of a second. So they are losing each other a bit of time now. Stuck into the inside is Warren again. It seems like that turn 1 is the one place where Warren is going to be able to get past. Everywhere else, he doesn't seem close enough.
Yeah, maybe just struggling a little bit mid-corner, although you can see here when we look back at the Dane Warren car closing in really nicely under brakes, actually a little bit better mid-corner grip too, which seems to be helping them just a fraction as well. But yeah, as you say, just struggling with that inside line. Webster going very defensive on the run into 1, and just making it just hard enough here. But is this
down
the move?
The inside goes Altus. Can they get it stopped? They just about do. And having to give way is Cooper, Webster, he's down into second place. ERT are down into second place. And back into the lead is Logitech G Altus Esports. Great move there from Dane Warren. It looks as though he wasn't going to be close enough into turn 10. He hasn't been close at that corner so far. But this time, on lap 98, he was close enough. And now this is the time where he needs to start pulling away. Tries to build a gap because he certainly does seem to have the advantage at this portion of the race. And this is how it was done. He was that much closer, I think, through 5, 6, 7, 8. And then through 9 as well, had a better run, taking a bit more curve. Slipstream helped him out, and not enough defense put up by Webster, who perhaps will just regret that one. Because it's not the widest part of the circuit, that. Look up as well, so he was clearly right on the limit of adhesion, was Warren. And he gets it done.
Yeah, it was a really solid move up the inside. A lot of respect from both drivers. They're not running into each other. We've already got a couple of lap markers just starting to get involved in this scrap as well, but Warren already starting to extend a nice bit of a gap out front. Further down the order though, we can see One Performance Racing with Sam Sutton on board, slowly closing up on the back of the Trick Sim Sports car. With Dominic Ferraris on board that car. Just in front of them, we've got Synergy Sim Racing. A little further down probably than where they'd want to be right now. Right behind them as well, Premier Racing Team, so closing back in, defending champions as well, so look out for them as they just hold on to that 10th position. But these 5 cars at the moment, very, very close on track, and probably one of the closest battles we've got, short of a few more down the midfield, but closest inside this top 10.
Yeah, definitely, and Ross just struggling to keep these guys behind. Does he run a little bit wide? Actually, a decent line, I think, through turn 10. Bad news right now for the driver behind Ross of Dominic Grice, as of course Ross has got that back marker just ahead of him, giving him a slipstream. Who is that just in front of him? In fact, it's the 555 car. At least that's what I'm viewing it as. As Ian Bird, by the way, has had a little bit of an issue further down the order. Now, is there going to be a change of position this time? Still, Synergy Sim Racing seemingly ahead. Aren't going to get a slipstream anymore. That's good, alleviating there from the back mark, although he has just held up Marlon McCullen just a tad. Car number 1.
Really good camera angle that you can just see the slide that these guys are starting to get in these cars. They're going to need to keep that down just to retain that tyre life. Sam Sutton doing a great job though, closing in on Dominic Ferraris, 8th and 9th, getting a good scrap on. While Dominic also trying to get a move done on the Synergy car just in front of him.
Also, Scott Clark, behind the Team 88, Beeper Sim Racing, EXG, and KRF involved in this battle. So I think Coleman has been leading this pack for a little while. He did lose 1.5 seconds on that last lap, did Coleman. So it's going to be dragged up to the back of these guys, perhaps just losing out, being lapped by some other drivers. I think he does. We speak a lot about how the front runners are affected by lapping, but you think it loses a lot more time to the drivers who are actually being lapped themselves. I mean, you can lose 2-3 seconds just by letting a couple of drivers past on an individual lap, and all of a sudden you're fighting a Joe who you were quite clear of before. Drive through penalty for David Baxter. Lap 98 for causing a collision. That's the 031 car. And now be down in 36th place. That is the Burapez RRT machine, who I believe have already got a penalty so far in this race for reaching the 35 incident mark. Now Coleman almost having to go defensive. The turn 3 4 is a possibility as well, though. Hasn't been too many overtakes at this part. 5 has been much more popular, much bigger frequency down into turn 5, of course. Barnes is all over the back of Coleman at the moment. And yeah, just having to go defensive. Maybe 6 and 7 is an opportunity. Outside line usually better. And yeah, no chance there. 3 wide down at turn 10. This is Ferraris, who has got up into apologies. This is Ferraris defending. He's lost out to Sam Sutton as Ferraris. So that is the one performance car getting past into 8th place. And just when Ferraris looked like he was going to get past Ross for 7th place, he's lost out to the driver behind.
Yeah, it was a big move there. We saw him 3 wide down into 10. Lucky not to have any contact between either of those cars, but Sam doing a solid job there getting that positional change. We're going to cut back to a replay here just to watch it all unfold, and it was a little bit awkward. There's a lap car involved in that, as we see Sutton go right down the inside, then Ferraris really late trying to swing in and clear at the same time as well. So good awareness from all those guys involved just to get on with it, and no contact. But Dominic Ferraris certainly going to be pushing now to get that move redressed.
And these guys aren't too far behind Pursuit Sim Racing 3 either. Only another 3 seconds behind as well. So, and we've still got many more laps to go. 36 laps to go in this race, which I guess is about the same length as a normal 150-kilometer event. In fact, actually a bit longer than that. So we've still got plenty to go, although we have only got 55 minutes to go, thinking about it. So after that pace car, it looks like we're probably going to get about 133 laps, 134 laps into the end of the race. Still one more pit stop to be made by all these drivers. Shall we check in on the race leaders again, because we haven't paid too much attention to them in the last few laps. It's Dane Warren still leading the way for Logitech G AOSC Esports. He's 1.7 seconds ahead now of ERT 88, and that last lap was quarter of a second faster. He's faster, is Warren, but maybe not quite with the overspeed we saw earlier on. 3rd place is United Simsports, a further 3 seconds behind. And then it's DPR Racing 4. Now, a little bit of a extra element into this is the amount of fuel that each of these drivers are carrying. And of course, the amount of fuel that they're carrying now will change the length of their upcoming pit stop. Dane Warren took a full tank of fuel. So he's actually got 40, he's probably got an extra few laps of fuel on board. Cooper Webster for Evolution Racing Team 88 didn't take too much fuel, only took probably about 3/4 of a tank. Forza and El Nabi pretty much took an entire tank of fuel for United Simsports in 3rd place. So that is very beneficial for the teams running in 1st and 3rd at the moment. Meanwhile, ERT 88 are going to be in a little bit of trouble with that longer pit stop to come at the end of the race. Remember, pit stop's probably going to be a viable option within the next 5 laps or so. About 29 lap stints these drivers have been doing all day, so you want to get to probably lap 109 before you make your final pit stop. That'll certainly be advised.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the final stationary times are, because that'll give us a really good indicator where we are with these drivers and what sort of mentality they're going with trying to get a win here tonight. At the moment, the boys out front starting to extend nicely, the gap ever growing just short of 2 seconds now, but you know, Simsport's closing back in, which is really good to see up there. A little further down, again, still got the fights going on. James Mackey now in the 14th position. He's got the Astro Gaming Esports car just ahead. These guys, as I say, scrapping over 13th and 14th on track at the moment. Not much between either of them at this point, if anything, maybe just marginally in favour of James Mackey.
Yeah, was faster on that last lap. So we haven't seen much of Hanlon so far. I don't know, have I just completely glossed over him so far for Astro Gaming Altus? But this might even be his first stint, potentially, for for Hanlon. Anyway, he's driving well.
Yeah, no, definitely stint number 2 for him. We saw him out there a little while ago having a run around, so getting on with it, trying to make sure obviously they meet the driver requirements and the minimums that these guys can run out. So doing a good job though, it must be said, holding on to position. I think he's going to make this extremely tough though for Mackie to try and get a move done, who again, just that bit quicker last time by also.
Yeah, so actually Mackie must have lost the place then a couple of laps ago with that Mercedes. He lost 3.3 seconds, so it was ahead previously. A penalty for car number 74, Chris Barnes getting that one. 74 is... Oh dear, I always set myself the task of finding what team is which. And honestly, I'm absolutely terrible at finding where they are. Chris Barnes in 24th place at the moment. Reaper Sim Racing is that one. So drive through penalties, that is a big penalty round this place. Also, iRacing TV on the side of that. I don't quite know what iRacing TV is. I know what the iRacing Esports Network is because we're broadcasting on it. But not quite sure what iRacing TV is. It may well be a thing which I'm not quite aware of. As Zach Hanlon now with a penalty as well. That is a great shame because he was in a very tight battle with James McKee, obviously. He's just got past him. But Hanlon running in 14th place then for Astro Gaming Altus, and that is going to be a penalty for him. And a lot of teams now falling foul to this rule.
Yeah, definitely, and something they're going to have to really be cautious of. Obviously, the time's ticking away, and you really don't want to be throwing points away at this late stage of the game here. So they'll need to get that served and get back underway as quick as possible. Remember, you can't take any additional fuel here at all either. A little further up, we had a replay just jumping on screen. Sam Sutton getting a move down the inside of the Synergy car. It's a big slide through that final corner for Synergy, and as a result, not maintaining that forward, or not keeping that forward momentum to hold on to that position. So nice move there done by Sam Sutton, who then just parked it down the inside and held him off into turn 1 there, and starting to extend a good bit of a gap now, 0.7 of a second already as they are partway through this lap now.
So I thought I'd just look at how many incidents each of the teams have out in the lead. So United Sim Sports currently in 3rd place. They have got 23. Number 35, you get a penalty for. What about the other top teams at the moment? Yeah, I'm struggling to find them at the... Oh, apologies, Evolution Racing Team, they're right at the bottom of this. They're on 16 at the moment, so they are 2nd place in this race at the moment. And then Altus Esports must be... Oh dear, I can't even find them on... There's too many teams. Why is this league so popular? It would be much easier in this situation to be able to find them. They are the 43 car, of course, so they've got 23 as well. So not much of an issue for the race leaders, this whole instant limit thing. They've been able to limit it very well. By the way, big shout out to Premier Racing Team. They've got 8 so far. So I think anyone complaining, oh, the instant limit is too low, it's too tricky. Well, watch these guys race because they keep it within the track limits. And that's what you ought to be doing anyway. So nice job to them, guys. They've got 8. Marlon McCullen, out of his 43 laps, McMullen's done. He's got 2 incidents. That's good driving. Yeah,
really solid driving, and you'd expect nothing less from Marlon. He sees a competitor in these cars and knows how to get them around quite nicely, and doing a fantastic job at the moment. He's actually starting to close in on the back of Ferraris. See them working their way through the second last corner, and they're looking at a potential 9th position here at the moment. We saw just a lap ago Sam Sutton managing to get past the Synergy Sim Racing car, so it's definitely potential for these guys to work their way up a few more spots before the conclusion of this one.
Yeah, 44.0 that last time round for Sutton for one performance. Jordan Ross for CNG dropping further down. Now, can Ferraris finally get past? I mean, we've been waiting for a while for Ferraris, and he's been waiting for a while. I mean, if you asked him at the end of this race to sketch the back end of that car ahead, I reckon he could pretty much get it perfect. I mean, he really does know that rear wing very well, and it's cost him place. Remember, he was stuck behind Ross earlier on, which allows Sutton to get past him, along with a bit of traffic as well. But if he got past straight away after the safety car that we had about 20 laps ago, then he would have been in a much better place. That is a car on the side of the circuit, and that is Andrew Johnston, SSF Penrite Racing, off the circuit just before turn 9. I wonder, are we going to get another safety car? I think he's waiting just for the field to get past, and here we are then. Bit of damage on that car, but should be able to limp that thing back to the pits.
Yeah, not a great run for that car tonight. They remember we saw them earlier on have that big spin into the wall there, where the car, we thought it might have been a bit of contact with current race leader now, but a little bit of a self spin there, and they took a huge hit earlier on. I believe they've also come down the lane for drive through as well, but that one just getting up on that sausage curb, not really working with the travel in the car there, and ultimately looping that one around. So a little unfortunate for them, but hopefully they should be able to get that car back to the lane to continue on.
There was a strange line taken through that turn 7 from them. Here we are. Yeah, because they were very slow there, and then they accelerated. So accelerating, but I know that was a bit weird. Almost as though they had a bit of lag, perhaps, in their system, and then couldn't quite position the car as they'd hoped. So shame for those guys. I hope they will still finish the race, because they do get a couple of faster pairs in this race. Do the teams. It's all quite spread out now, out in front. We are now on lap 108. Now, if we had some extra buttons on our screen, then this would be like an extra sound or something, or like a horn would be or a bell, perhaps a bell, maybe we can get a bell. Because now the drivers can come into the pits and get to the end of the race with one pit stop. To be fair, that was probably the case a few laps ago, because we are going to be time limited rather than lap limited. But basically, if anyone comes into the pits now, then that is a deliberate decision, most likely. That is a strategic call. Now, this is a tricky situation, because if you come in now, you get the fresh tyres, and you might be able to undercut the driver ahead. However, of course, you'll be under pressure later on. So if you were Evolution Racing Team, and I've been putting you into a few of these situations so far today, Daniel. But you're second place, you're 2.5 seconds off the lead, you're dropping time to the race leaders. Do you pit now and take some fresh tyres, maybe to get the undercut, or do you leave it till later on and then have fresher tyres at the end of the race?
It's a bit of a tough one. I think, first off, I think we need to have a quick look at the track map. So, let's see if we can pull that up maybe, and we'll have a quick look, because I think that'll give us a good indicator of whether you want to stay in or out. Right now, with the way the field's spread out, I would be looking to stay out as long as possible. We can see pretty well from Exeter turn 3 right the way through. You've got a lot of cars still getting their way through, and we're talking about around 30 to 40 seconds transit time here, even though it's going to be a slightly smaller stop. The guys aren't going to need to fuel. That's going to put you right in and amongst all that traffic. So I think at this point, you're going to want to run those cars as long as possible, use up the tyres that you've got as much as possible, and then come in, quicker stop, get fresh rubber on it, light car, and bang out the laps to finish off this one. It's probably also going to help the guys get a really good dialed in number as to how much they're going to need. For all the season competitors that we've got here, and all the teammates tuning in, I would almost guarantee that every one of them will tell you they would love a car that's light on fuel at the end with fresh set of rubber on it to bring these cars home. And with the pace that we're seeing from the guys at front, I would certainly be looking to push on at this point.
If they do stay out as long as they possibly can on fuel, then expect Cooper Webster in then as the first driver into the pits for ERT. 30 seconds of fuel they took at their last pit stop. It's tricky to judge how far they would have. So they would have gone to lap 107. So they probably had about 3/4 of a tank on board that car, seeing that El Nabi managed to put in a bit extra fuel behind them. So there is the pit stops. So yeah, probably Webster will be the first driver to come into the pits if they do choose to use every ounce of fuel in that fuel tank, and that'll probably be in about 10 laps time or so, and then do 17 laps or 10 laps or whatever to finish this race. Remember, about 134 laps we are expecting in today's event. We're not going to get the whole 650 kilometers completed. We did get that whole distance completed at Spa and Daytona, despite a few extra safety cars I seem to recall on those events, but of course a much higher average track speed compared to this Barcelona circuit, and of course at Montreal as well. We narrowly missed out as well on getting the whole 650 kilometers completed. There's a little bit further down the order, all the different strategies, and we'll look at that. And if you've got a good memory, then you can just absorb all that information, and then that will tell you a lot. I do recommend loading up the live timing link as well in the description provided by SDK Gaming, because then you can see the lap which the drivers last came into the pits. You can see the amount of pit stops they've made throughout the race, and you can also see the length of their last pit stop, which is all very useful information for a strategic race such as this.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, I was having a quick look through that as we got that up. Thank you very much for doing that, Scott. But looking at those shorter lap times we saw, especially from ERT down through the field, obviously those guys had their stop a little bit later to what we saw Logitech do. And given how short they were stationary, I would almost guarantee that those cars have topped those tanks at the brim on that stop. So they'll be looking to push on as far as possible. Cam Stuber, having a good solid scrap here. He's got the right racing car, who we've seen a couple of times throughout the course of the night, having a pretty solid run. These guys are down fighting over the 25th, 26th position at the moment, and not that far behind. You've also got the team 82 or 88 Racing, DPR Racing's involved in there as well. And I think Reaper Racing actually slowly working their way back in after their last drive through also.
Really, Myers coming into the pits for Astro Gaming. Is that their drive-through then, Astro Gaming? Because they did get one a little while ago. However, I think are they stationary currently, perhaps? Or are they back out on circuit? I think they're back out on circuit, so I think it was maybe just a... Oh no, they did stop, apologies. Ferraris and McMullen are into the pits, by the way, for Chick Esports and Premier Racing Team respectively, and they were very close coming into the pits. So let's see who can have the short pit stop. They both wanted to get the undercut on Jordan Ross, I think, because they've been stuck behind Ross for this entire stint, behind the St. Sim Racing driver. So this will give us an indication how much fuel then they're going to need to get to the end of the race. Should be about 30 seconds, I'm imagining, 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it's much more than that. Obviously, the timer continuing to tick down here. We'll keep an eye on what they, or when they do come back out from their respective stops.
McMullen's ahead.
Yeah, McMullen with a nice jump, actually just getting marginally ahead there. So that's an interesting one.
This has been a painful stint for Dominic Ferraris, who could have well got ahead of the St. Sim Racing car for 7th place, then got overtaken by one performance, and now in the pit stops, McMullen's got past him, and that's almost certainly just because McMullen, well, it's either because McMullen already had more fuel in that car from the last stop, maybe put more fuel in, or he was fuel saving just behind those guys. But credit to Premier Racing, they are always there or thereabouts. Every endurance race we've seen this season, I think they've always been in the top 10, which is no mean feat. And they're not necessarily the fastest team out there, but they have been so consistent. Forza and El Nabi also into the pits. Now, I thought
Yeah.
they'd go ages. I thought they'd go much further with United Sim Racing. So it seems as though they've gone for the undercut. They want fresh tyres. I'm almost certain they had quite a few more laps of fuel left in that car. But yeah, they want those fresh tyres just to roll the dice, I think, in order to challenge the drivers ahead.
Yeah, definitely, and actually probably not a bad time to do it. You can just see there the track conditions, the track temp definitely still starting to come down at this point, down 26 degrees. Remember when we first kicked off, it was at 44 degrees. So this is right about the time where these guys are really going to be enjoying this. The heat's certainly dissipated now from this circuit. The lap times are going to get increasingly fast, but I guess the hard thing they're going to have to manage now with the increased speed that they're going to have, increased fuel burn, and trying to maintain those is going to be key to staying out in front. Looks like both our two drivers that went around, McMullen and Ferraris, both getting ahead of that Synergy Sim Racing car. You just see exiting the lane there as well, so really good jump for them, and they're quite a little bit further down the road now.
Oh, and Ross has a bit of a slide as well on those car tyres. I am shocked we haven't seen the Van Loosenholt move, which is a new manoeuvre, which is where you come out of the pits at Barcelona, you take too much curb at the first corner, and you spin the car around on cold tyres, which sounds very specific, but it happens a lot. It happens usually 2 or 3 times in a race like this. We were here in the Euro V8 Supercars race a couple of weeks ago, actually, and that did happen a few times. But so far today, nothing like that happening. Just shows the caliber of these drivers. So ERT 88s were into the pits. How long will they be stationary for? By the way, unfortunately for who just came into the pits. It was Jordan Ross, apologies. Synergy Sim Racing. Yeah, longer pit stop for him, 32 seconds. Webster is still stationary. Wow. ERT, 40 seconds. What's going on here? And ERT's unbeaten run in these endurance events is coming to an end before our eyes, because this is an unusually long pit stop, and I can only imagine that he's overdone it on the pit entry.
Yeah, it's a really weird one. We'll have to see as we cut back to the replay just to get an idea of what's happened. Looks like they all got in the lane quite comfortably. I don't see any issue with that at all. Yeah, had a good run in through the final corner. Got it into the lane quite nicely. Didn't rotate the car at all. Came in really good. Just very weird to see that car still. Or have seen that car as in the pits as long as possible.
He was a bit late to duck in, I wonder. That was so long as well. 1 minute 8. So that is 30 seconds longer than what he was planning on. Maybe even more than that. And ERT 88 are completely out of any chance of winning this race. DPR Racing take the lead. They haven't pitted yet. Logitech G Altus Esports are going to come out of the pits, and they have now got a massive advantage to Altus Esports. Question is, so their second place is going to be El Nabi then for United Sim Sports 1 after this. Oh, Warren is still stationary. This can be close. We need to get the cameras on Warren because he's still stationary. And El Nabi, I think, might just take the lead. Warren is too long in the stop. And Forza and El Nabi for United Sim Sports. Has he got ahead? He has got ahead. There he is. That undercut has seemed to have worked. It was a shorter pit stop for him, a much shorter pit stop for him. And Forza and El Nabi takes the lead. He just set the fastest lap of the race as well. 3 seconds faster than Warren. And he's 3 seconds ahead. So those fresh tyres, he was so quick. Got himself a pocket of space. Did El Nabi. And from absolutely nowhere, United Sim Sports have taken the lead in this pit stop sequence.
Yeah, and El Nabi put down a cracking lap last time by at 1:42.35. That was a phenomenal lap to get that car ahead, and the pace for him right now, very, very good. You can see there just a relative gap that we've got as a result of that. So we'll look to see now how they continue on. Obviously, we know El Nabi's going to be fueled to the finish. can he retain this pace and keep going? Evolution Racing Team, after this quite a bit longer pit stop than what we were anticipating, have rejoined, currently down in the 12th position at this point in time. So very disappointing for those guys, no doubt, to be that far down. Got a few more cars also hitting the lane. DPR Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, and One Performance Racing all ducking in the lane for their final stops of the night as well.
Now, those guys didn't put a lot of fuel in at their last pit stop, so I imagine these are going to be quite long pit stops, probably upwards of 30 seconds, so they're not going to be close to United Sim Sports, who take the lead. There we are, when all the pit stops are done, and they are in the lead. Look at that, 42.352, nearly busted up the race again. And Warren, who managed to catch and pass ERT 88 in the last stint, now they got to catch and pass United Sim Sports as well. Certainly, if they're going to win this race, it's not going to come easy to them after a tricky first pit stop as well, where they didn't come into the pits under the safety car. That put them into some issues, but credit to United Sim Sports for this late race strategy. It really does seem to have worked very well for them. James McKee then comes out of the pits. He's still ahead, he's still behind, apologies, of ERT 88, so Pursuit Sim Racing still just behind. They haven't quite been able to get ahead. However, just for a reference, Pursuit Sim Racing at one point, just before the last safety car, were nearly one lap down, and they nearly went an entire lap down on the 088 car. Now there's about 5 seconds between them. So in one sense, unluckiness for the 088 car for their for the pace car to come out when it did. At the same time, though, that pit stop has lost them a lot of time. Tom Freer also coming out of the pits. He had quite a long pit stop for Pursuit Sim Racing. He's out in 11th place. And just looking at the order now, everyone has come into the pits. That was due to the only driver, or the only two drivers yet to come into the pits on the lead lap at least, are Mach 1 Esports Yellow and DPR Racing.
Yeah, as we continue to keep an eye on these guys working their way. Logitech Altus G back in the lane again. This is really weird to see. Not sure what's gone on there. Is that a drive-through penalty for this car? We'll keep an eye on that as it works its way down. No, coming back in, and that's definitely an unplanned pit stop. This is going to drop them well down the order now.
How strange is this? It's certainly not. They've got 10 instances to spare, so it's not a penalty. Unless they've been involved in something else. Not changing drivers either. And you would think if they didn't put enough fuel in the car, then they'd just go around a little bit longer. So the two teams who are fighting out for the race win. And it's gone absolutely disastrously for the pair of them. They are back out now. And that was the pit stop that they were supposed to have, 30 seconds stationary. So, so strange, really strange. And, well, usually we only get interviews with the top 3 teams, but I really hope that those 2 teams do have a chat with us anyway. Not that they're going to be in the for it, I imagine. Brady Myers for Astro aiming Acuta Esports to the inside in the 44 car. This is, contact now. Has to back out of it. The 54 car lets them go. That ANZ Motorsports car, really nice livery. I do like. I may have already said that before, but I like that car from every angle. And it's still not got that many scratches on it, whereas the Astro Gaming Acuta Esports car behind has got a few more of them, safe to say.
Yeah, a lot more bumps and scrapes on the Altus car there, but still pushing on ever hard to try and gain every last position. These guys scrapping now on that 14th and 15th spot. DPR Racing, they've just ducked out of the lane as well by the looks, so stop for those guys also. It's a bit of an odd one there, but keep an eye on that. But yeah, everyone else got their stops done. This has worked out rather brilliantly now for United Sim Sports, and they're continuing to extend their advantage over the rest of the field.
So yeah, I don't think DPR Racing have come into the pit. Oh, Bay could be. What car is that into the pits? Because it's showing on in the pits. Yeah, it could be. Oh, as Dyson lost connection. I think Andrew Dyson may have lost connection for a moment. Oh, please don't lose connection, guys, because they were. I think they were on course for a podium out of this. But now, it's made it a little bit complicated for those drivers. I really hope that they do reappear. Otherwise, there could be big troubles. But they have not at the moment, and this might be game over for DPR Racing. We might get a message on our or on my screen. I'll keep an eye out on the UI on the. There you go. Andrew Dyson received the for to an unacceptable level, so Andrew Dyson has lost connection, and DPR Racing, after running in third place, are out of the running. So, and I think this is the order, and how it has turned out like this, I do not know. So, United Sim Racing lead this race by 15.5 seconds. I mean, if you said to us half an hour ago, oh, they're going to win this race comfortably, you'd say, nah, they're not. But it looks like they are. Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing 1 are in second place. Had a bit of a quiet event recently, and that safety car didn't look like it was going to work out for them, but in the end, all that has resulted from it, it's worked out brilliantly for them. Up into second place. Marlon McCullen for Premier Racing Team are up into third place. That pit stop for them, early pit stop for them, going for the undercut, works really well for them. However, they are going to be under pressure later on for that third place. And then we've got Dominic Ferraris for the Trick Esports HOS. They had a short pit stop, I think, and are up into fourth. Again, pitted very early. And then I think it's the driver to watch out for, Sam Sutton, for One Performance Racing. He's in fifth, however, got 4 lap fresher tyres than the drivers behind him. He was stationed for a bit longer than the others in his pit stop. However, he has got very good pace, does Sutton. And then it's Job Stewart with Pursuit Sim Racing. They were running a little bit higher earlier on, actually, with the Pursuit Sim Racing 3. But this late race hasn't quite worked out perfectly for them. And then it's Jordan Ross for Synergy Sim Racing in 7th. Then it is Cooper Webster for ERT 88 in 8th place. So, and Cooper Webster's only 7 seconds off the podium places. So we've got 24 minutes to go. ERT 88, they could still get a top 5 out of this. Maybe even a podium if they start fighting up ahead, because he's got fresher tyres than some of the drivers ahead. So this is going to be a fun race for ERT 88. They're going to break their invincible run. They've won every endurance round so far this season. Not going to win today, but they might still get a decent result out of it, and a few points will be very appreciated, I'm sure, for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, any points you can gain at this point of the race, all critical. Keeping a really solid eye a little further up the field with the Trick Sim Sports card now, just under 2 seconds to Premier Esports, so keep an eye on that one. We're hearing word through potentially too that secondary stop for the Altus car, which we thought was very out of context, could have been a result of crossing the blend line on pit exit. So that's a bit of a weird one for those guys obviously coming through trying to get back underway. 088 working extremely hard now on Synergy Sim Racing. I think that's Jordan Ross in that car there as they try and get back up into 6th position. And you can see quite a few cars just ahead of them. The Shoot Racing, One Performance, Trick Sim Sports, all just up ahead of these guys. So plenty of opportunity for them to still get through.
Here we are for 7th place. ERT moves past Synergy Sim Racing. Remember that Synergy Sim Racing team, that driver squad were all running for ERT. That they finished 2nd place actually as far as well. But rebranding as Synergy, or more than a rebranding, a new team those drivers have gone to, and they are overtaken. So that's one down. Up into 7th place now is the 88 car. Lap times this time out. So McMullen in 3rd place, 44.0. Ferraris, actually I'll go by team. So Premier Racing Team, 44.0. Trick Esports, 43.97. And then One Performance, 44.0. And then Pursuit Sim Racing in 6th position. That's a 43.68, so much faster, and an ERT 43.67. So they are all closing in a bit with 20 minutes to go in this race. Remember, of course, we are going to be limited by time. We're going to reach the 4-hour mark before we get to the 137 laps. So don't take too much notice of that lap count now.
No, and I think it's going to really open up a fantastic run to the finish for all these cars. The ERT guys still on a solid charge, very quick last time by comparative to the cars that they're racing against at 43.6. So certainly still a lot of pace, in that car. And Cooper Webster, when he gets the bit between the teeth, definitely going to push on and try and gain as many spots as possible. Before this one closes out. The gap between One Performance Racing and Trick Sim Sports is continuing to come down. We'll keep a weather eye on that. KRF Motorsports a little further down the field, currently 29th, right behind them the Team 88 Racing, and they've also got the Tank SRT team just a little bit ahead of these guys on track. Actually, sorry, it's the right sim racing car there, just ahead of these guys as well. So all to play for. These guys still scrapping over every position, and as we say that, unfortunately, they're Loxton just running it off and will drop 2 spots. But any points that these guys are able to get certainly going to help them in the long run for the championship battle.
Yeah, absolutely. Change of position potentially here as well. Evolution Racing Team 71. Sean Evans under pressure from Middle Finger Racing. Is this? Yeah, Cam Dance trying to get past him at the moment. Evans ahead going into these last couple of corners. Dance, of course, driving for the SimSpeed team. 0.4 of a second now. Going to have a bit of overspeed. Of course, that damage on the front of that Holden going to lose him a bit of time. And actually, this is going to be really comfortable for the SimSpeed team. Down the inside into turn 1. I think he might even be able to take the racing line by the time they break for turn 1. So nice work there from Cam Dance up into 21st place. Dane Warren is onto the back of James McKee. That pace car worked out so well for Pursuit Sim Racing 7. They, like I said, they were down in 20th place, I believe, and about to go a lap down. However, neutralised the field, closed them back up, and they've driven a good race since then. Pursuit Sim Racing 7, or James McKee more precisely. I mean, he's been in that car ever since that safety car. However, I don't think he's going to be able to stay within the top 9 because Dane Warren is much quicker. Really did open up for Altus when ERT had their issues. We're going to be in 2nd place, but long way away from that at the moment. 10 seconds as well up to P8, but looks like this move is going to be simple enough. So move on to lap 123. Dane Warren moves down the inside and he gets ahead of James McKee's up into 9th place now for the Altus Esports team.
Yeah, really good to see those guys pushing on. We're going to see if we can duck back here just to see what resulted the 2nd pit stop for the Altus Esports car. It was a good exit down the lane, and we believe it was partly due to crossing the blend line at the end, and didn't see anything there. Potentially maybe just a limit issue. We're not entirely sure. That's a very weird one.
So this is the first pit stop that he had then, so he comes out of the pit. I must say, Warren did push it a lot earlier on, and I thought, oh, maybe you can cut it quite early, but he's cut it. You know what? I thought he did that at the at an earlier pit stop as well, but clearly maybe just pushed it a few millimeters too far this time, and got the penalty for it. But well, and it's one of those things where until it happens to you, you can't learn from it, and it's quite unlucky that it happens to you at the end of a quite significant race. That'll be what Altus, I'm sure, I think.
Yeah, definitely. They'll bounce back from that. As you see, Job Stewart coming under all sorts of attack. Webster down the inside. That will be another change for position. So ERT now promotes themselves up into the 6th spot. They've now got the one performance racing car just ahead of them to contend with now for the next stop on the ladder. Trick Sim Sport starting to close back in now, just under a second on one performance racing. Oh, sorry, on Premier Racing as well. So we'll keep an eye on that little battle a little further up the road as well. But this spot soon going to turn into a little bit of a 3-car train.
Couple of Jazz batting in front as well. This is what happened to Cam Dance just a moment ago. Ahead of Sean Evans still. But not sure if there's maybe something that's gone on here. We're just running off the circuit, I imagine, at some point on this lap. But coming up all okay, it seems, on the replay there. So absolutely fine for him on that occasion. So battle for 4th place is really hotting up. It seems like McMullen and Premier Racing Team are going to be all right then for 3rd place, because they're kind of maintaining the gap to the drivers behind. So if Sutton wants to get a podium for one performance racing, he's got to get past straight away. However, the Trick Esports car, at the moment at least, just too far ahead. On that last lap, Sutton did gain by 0.2 of a second. Still 2.5 seconds further up then to 3rd place. And we've got 15 minutes to go. And Webster's coming up to them as well. So Webster's only got 5. Webster could really get a podium out of this, which I kind of want him to, because that would be the comeback of the century, I think, to come back from the pit stop they had and then to rattle off about 6 places in the final 10 laps of the last 10 laps of the race. He's got to get past quickly. He cannot waste any time behind Sam Sutton in 5th place.
No, not at all. And likewise, Sutton's going to want to continue to push forward as well. We've got Ferraris in that Trick Sim Sports car. This is going to be on for the best result for them for the championships so far in the Enduros. And they're likewise trying to get back up onto the back of the Premier Racing car, which the gap for those two starting to extend just a little bit further as well. But you see there at the bottom of the graphic there just how quick Cooper Webster's been in that car and continuing to take time out of Sam Sutton.
Yeah, much more confidence for the 088 car. Sutton closing again on Ferraris on this lap, down to 0.7 of a second. So I think we'll be a couple of tenths past Webster as he's giving it his all through that penultimate corner. Oh, it's been brilliant using the historic layout. Certainly was the right decision from the stewards. I think particularly in this car as well, it works so much better. Maybe that turn 10 not necessarily a whole lot better, but that final corner is so much more fun. Much higher average speed as well, means that we can get in a few extra laps. Webster then just little bits taken out of each sector. On that last lap, Webster was 0.6 faster than McMullen, and he's 4 seconds behind McMullen. You can just see him in the foreground. So he's still got time. 13 minutes to go. The race leader already in this final sector of the lap. That is the gap that El Nabi and United Sim Sports have over these midfield runners, as Cooper is nearly in passing range. He might even be close enough for a move into turn 10.
Yeah, definitely bringing that car up, and he almost could potentially get 2 here. You've got the Trick Sim Sports car in front, just struggling a little bit for the pace at the moment, so not sure what's slowing those guys down. If anything, maybe just trying to conserve the little bit of fuel that they need to get that car home. But with the way Cooper Webster's throwing that Evolution car around the track here, he's definitely pushing hard to get those laps done, and keep looking at the lap times that he's reeling off, and he's got a lot more pace advantage in that car than these few just ahead of him at the moment.
Just a bit of a recap as well when it came to that second safety car. It seemed like the order was pretty much sorted at the end of that, though, just before the second safety car. It seemed like we kind of knew what was going to happen towards the end of the race. And then the second safety car came out, and actually benefited Logitech G Altus Esports, because they went from what was pretty much 6th place all the way up into 2nd place. Then they managed to take the lead off ERT. And it looked like it was just going to be a duel between those two to the end of the race. But then we found out that the now race leaders, United Sim Sports, had a lot more fuel on board. So when they pitted under the safety car, ERT didn't take much fuel, out of fear that they were going to be jumped in the safety car. As we see a change of position potentially for 5th place, Cooper Webster down the inside at turn 5. He is up into 5th place for ERT 88. So like I was saying, United Sim Sports, turned out they took more fuel at the paced car when the field was neutralised, and that meant that they had a shorter final stop, which meant that they moved up into the lead. And then pretty much completely unrelated to the pace car, ERT had an extra long pit stop, lost half a minute in their pit stop for some sort of reason. We're not quite sure why. We think it was due to a penalty. And also, Logitech G Altus Esports had to take an extra pit stop, we believe, because they cut the pit exit line, so had to come down the pits an extra tour, which is why they are a little bit further down. Hopefully you understand that. I'm hoping that, but if you tuned into this race for all of it, that's very slow coming out of that corner, was one of the back markers. If you tuned into this race from the start, then you've been in for quite a treat. It's been a very action-packed race here at Barcelona for round 9 of the AOSC Super Series. Also got Ross trying to get past Job Stewart right at the end of this event. They're not far behind, about 3 seconds behind the pack that we were just following. I think we're going to have to pay our attention to Ferraris and Webster for a moment, because it's down to 0.2 of a second between these two teams. Trick Esports, HRS, and Evolution Racing Team 88, with 9 minutes to go. Down the inside, this is where Webster really likes it. However, Ferrari's doing a brilliant job round the outside. He's got a better run now. How willing is Webster going to be to dive down the inside? And he does it. That's a very nice move from Cooper Webster. Long pit stop, of course, last time out, but he's recovered brilliantly since, and he's now got 3.5 seconds to catch up for a podium, and that is still possible.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly don't discount them. Sam Sutton likewise trying to get down the inside of Ferraris, not quite close enough. Actually going to force the issue and get that car through. So in the space of a couple of corners, Ferraris losing a couple of spots here, although continuing to fight back tirelessly to retain that, and unfortunately just has to concede. But yeah, definitely a really good opportunity here where we could potentially see that ERT car claw its way back up onto the podium. Still a fairly solid gap between them and Premier Racing Team, just in front, about 3.5 seconds. So actually you just see it clearly there on frame there, just at the top shot. So a little bit of work for Cooper to do, but now that he's been released, we're certainly going to see a lot more pace from this car. Last time by, even with those couple of positional changes, a 1:43.6, so still very, very competitive at this point.
By the way, the race leaders slapping in the 43.3, so you'd expect Webster to be able to match that. So should have about half a second elapsed at the end of the race. Here is the race here. We haven't paid too much attention to these guys. And I must say, I mean, they've been, I don't know if luck you can really put it down to, because in the end you get safety cars in this race. It's not like it was like a one-time thing that we never see a safety car. There was always going to be a safety car, and United Sim Sports have done very well, and they didn't make the mistakes, and they were going to lead this race anyway, even if we didn't see the pit stop mistakes from the other teams. So I don't think it can be put down to luck, this potential race win. However, they do deserve this so much after coming so close at Montreal last time out. They missed out by a few seconds in the end to ERT 88. So only right, I think, that United Sim Sports finally get their first endurance win of the season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've put a really solid package together. Obviously, formed midway through this championship season with quite a few drivers coming across to help them out and get things established. But take nothing away from them. They've been a class act here tonight. They've been extremely good throughout the course of this championship. We don't want to put the mockers on them too early here, but yeah, they've played the cards exceptionally well tonight. As you can see, the gap advantage extremely high now, over 20 seconds, which we wouldn't have thought 10, 15 laps ago before all the chaos unfolded. But take nothing away from what they've put on tonight. They've done fantastic around that. A little further down, we've got a couple of battles still unfolding. Synergy Sim Racing 1 and Evolution Racing Team number 71 still scrapping it out. These guys are fighting over the 22nd and 23rd positions. We've got one of the other United Sim Sports cars. I think that might be the 027 getting involved a little further down and out of contention here with these guys, but still putting on a good run at the moment.
It's going to be close with how many more laps we get in this race. I think we've got this one and then 3 more after that. I think so. I think we'll just get a 4th lap in, but it'll be very close. So keep an eye out on that one. Could cause some issues with the fuel. None of the drivers should be particularly close to fuel, but I guess they'll try and take as little fuel at their last pit stop as possible just to try to get track position. Stuart got a Q behind him now. And James Mackey involved in this one. The driver at the back of this is a back marker. So just a 3-car chain this at the moment. It's taken Jordan Ross a while. He's been so close, and we've seen him make a few half moves, but not really committing to anything yet. Now, this is pretty much as close as he's been the entire time. This could be the opportunity for him to go down the inside. Here he goes, James Mackey not defending. And that is comfortable for Synergy Sim Racing to move up into 9th place, even 8th place. And now it's going to be Pursuit Sim Racing 7 behind. Now, will there be a little bit of coordination between the teammates?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that because we've seen them, all the teammates, come together a few times throughout the course of the race, whether it be these 2 cars or including the team leader car with Mokotele Entrich on board. But they've always seemed to work it out pretty well and position where they're going to have their drivers. So I'm sure they're going to be working together to try and get these cars through. Obviously, they're going to want to get back past Jordan Ross and gain those final positions where they can to help them out for the championship. Looks like that charge forward for Cooper Webster has started to stall just a fraction. And he's not quite there. The gap's still sitting around 2.5 seconds at the moment, but still has a little bit of time in hand to get this move done if he can.
Forza El Nabi is having a couple of issues, I don't know, when it comes to connection. I've seen him drop out a couple of times. Anyone who's watching the timing tower on the side of your screen, I think would have seen that as well. How he occasionally came up as out. It would have had the word next to him, or it was next to United Sim Sports. However, it seems like they're still going. They should be able to finish this race fine still. You're absolutely right though, Webster, yeah, still 2.5 seconds behind. He's catching by 0.3 a lap consistently, but that's not going to be enough when you've still got over 2 seconds to gain. So he should get that gap down to about 1.5 seconds, but will probably not challenge for the rostrum in the end. But it's certainly been a fantastic effort from him. Michael Cracknell for Injectors Online Racing. He's now behind the Pursuit Sim Racing 2 car that's currently 3 Pursuit Sim Racing cars in a line down into turn 4. Haven't seen too many moves around this track at this place, and there is a move this time, and it is the Astro Gaming Acuta Esports car getting ahead. So apologies, it was Astro versus Injectors there, and nice drive there to get up into 12th place for Grady Myers after a little bit of a tricky round of the championship. But I think they got a drive they penalty for getting too many incidents, and since then they've kind of been on the comeback trail. Nice move though, sleuthing up the inside, and also did well to stay so close to the inside of the track as well when they turned into the corner.
Yeah, really solid move down the inside there, and I don't think we've seen anyone do it that close to that inside grass section, so really good to do it with what little bit of room he still had available to complete that on. At the front, our race leader still extending that gap marginally at this moment, although we are still seeing a few connection issues, and I'm hoping with just a handful of minutes in this one, it's not going to be anything more than just a couple of little hiccups here and there, given everything going on. Although here we are, we have them up on screen and still continuing to press on at quite a rapid rate of knots. Pursuit Sim Racing 1 still putting in some solid laps, must be said, actually fractionally quicker last time by than what we're seeing from Al Nabi as well. And then the battle over third continuing on, the gap down to 1.7 seconds at the moment as well. So not much between our final 2 cars vying for that last spot.
So 1 more lap to go. It was pretty close in terms of time. 20 seconds to spare in order for United Sim Sports to start this final lap. Watch out for anyone struggling a little bit with fuel. On that last lap, ERT88 did gain an extra chunk actually on this lap. They're so further around the circuit. They're still going through turn 10 and now 11. Massive gap. Here it is then. So 1.7 seconds at the moment. I mean, you can see just really consistent times from these 2 drivers. They've been trying to get absolutely everything out of the car. Webster on this time, lap 133 comes up for us. It's a little bit slow to update, to be honest. There you go, 4/10 of a second faster for Cooper Webster that last time out. So slightly larger than what he usually catches by. He'll get the gap down to 1 second. It's not going to be enough though, unfortunately, for Cooper Webster. But well, it was that error, it seems, going into the pits, which has really cost that team. We think they either crossed the pit entry line or they sped on pit entry. Either one, or maybe both potentially, because they did stay in pits for an extra 30 seconds. But, well, who knows what would have happened if it weren't for that, and perhaps denied us a brilliant battle right at the end of this race. But United Sim Sports, who came so close last time out in the last Enduro at Montreal, they were unlucky on that occasion. Maybe that little bit of luck has come back for them today. Forza El Nabi for United Sim Sports is going to take the checker flag at Barcelona. They win round 9 of the AOSC Super Series. Pursuit Sim Racing 1, Andrew Gilliam taking that car to the line. And it's been another very solid performance from them. It's been rewarding for the drivers who have put in solid performances. 2nd place for them. And Premier Racing Team, car number 1, they're going to get their first podium of the season as well. They're just going to hold on against Evolution Racing Team 88, whose dominance ends tonight. Marlon McMullen finishes in 3rd place, wins the podium for Premier Racing Team. ERT 88 finished in 4th place. It's the first time they haven't won an endurance race this season. And Logitech G Acuta Esports recover back up to 7th after making a late pit stop for serving a penalty. The rest of the drivers coming through for you now. But Daniel, what a race! The last hour or so was absolutely enthralling. It was difficult to keep up with all of it, and mistakes from some drivers who we thought were invincible. Some mistakes were made, And in the end, that did help out United Sim Sports to take their first endurance race win of the season.
Yeah, definitely. I think you hit the nail on the head. The final the final hour definitely really turned things around and threw up some different challenges that we certainly weren't expecting. We almost thought when that safety car had come out and we'd seen the way the teams that all jumped in, got their pit stops, and how that was unfolding, we kind of almost thought it was done in the bag at that point. But unfortunately, yeah, as you said, a couple of championship teams who we know are exceptionally good, unfortunately, just having a couple of little issues along the way, it ultimately dropped them down. We saw, though, some fantastic recoveries following that, though. I mean, that run from Webster to come back, I think they were just down around the 10th position to get that car back up into 4th. After that was a fantastic effort for them. But yeah, little couple of errors just starting to creep in, and hopefully it's only just as a change from getting used to the new tyre model for these guys. But we'll see what unfolds in the upcoming races.
Absolutely. So I think we can go through your final results then for this round 9 of the championship. As results come up on our screen. United Sim Sports win by 20 seconds ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing 1. It was quite a big gap, wasn't it, back to Premier Racing Team, who were kind of just... it was not great qualifying for Premier Racing Team as well. They started in 17th place. It was one of their worst qualifyings of the season, actually. Come back to 3rd. What a great result. It would be fantastic to get an interview with them. I'm sure they're absolutely delighted. ERT 88 finished in 4th. Great recovery right at the end of the race, but maybe they did lose that race win with a late mistake in the pit stops. One Performance Racing finished in 5th. Then it was Trick Esports in 6th. Logitech G Altus Esports, maybe they could have won as well if it weren't for cutting the pit exit line, recovered to 7th. Then CNG Sim Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing, and Pursuit Sim Racing rounding out the top 11. Astro Gaming Altus Esports were in 12th. Then it's Injectors Online Racing, ERT 26, ANZ Motorsports 7, Mach 1 Esports Green, GRM Enduro 1, and DPR Racing 1. They were the first first team, on the 1 lap down. Then it was Mach 1 Esports Yellow, Middle Finger Racing, 555 Sim Speed, Mach 1 Esports Red, Synergy Sim Racing, ERT 71, DPR Racing, Reaper Sim Racing, EXG Motorsports White, and Right Sim Racing. A few of those teams were 2 laps down. And then it was KRF Motorsports, Team 88 Racing, Tanks SRT 21, SSF Penright Racing 747, PRA 969, Pulse Racing Team Blue, KRF Penske Racing Shocks, Middle Finger Racing, Fishy Motorsports, RRT, Bow Repairs Green, PRA 37, SSF Penright Racing 54, Bow Repairs RRT 31, EXG Motorsports Black, KRF the driver's seat, Synergy Sim Racing 4, and United Sim Sports 027. Also, EXG Motorsports Red and Zero Racing 209, who struggled quite a bit. They got beat by the safety car in the end in 46. So, interviews with drivers, hopefully. And looks like that is what we're going to get. So, I think the first interview we are going to have to get is going to be Forzen El Nabi and Harley Haber as well, who managed to clinch their first endurance race win of the season. Congratulations, guys. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's pretty awesome to have a bit of luck come our way finally, and obviously with all the other races that have gone on, just the way that everything kind of panned out towards the end, it didn't always go our way. But this event, it's been a tough week, and I know I haven't been well, and Forzen's had a lot on as well. So we've knuckled down and got everything together, and I had a bit of luck in the race there with the Aldous car and the ERT car dropping down for whatever reason right at the end there. So it was very good to get our first enduro win.
You were in the car, Forzen, at the time when the second safety car came out, I believe. What were your emotions? Were you thinking, yes, this is a good thing, or were you a little bit frustrated that it came out when it did?
No, I definitely thought it was a good thing because we had quite a bit of a margin back to ERT, so I knew we had to have a safety car for us to catch back. And after the safety car, it was all pretty close with the front three, and I think a bit of quick thinking by Chris and a bit of good strategy put us in the right position. Obviously, we pitted first up, and we made everyone else bite the bullet as well. And at the end, I think we came out on top after a bit of luck, which is good.
Take us through the thinking for the amount of fuel that you took at the safety car, because that seemed to be quite important. You say that you were lucky. It seems as though you're going to be leading the race anyway after your last pit stop, but that seemed to be because you took some extra fuel under the safety car. I mean, how did you just fill up the tank under the safety car?
Do you want to answer that one, Harley?
Mate, it's obviously Chris kind of controls everything that goes on over there, mate. So whatever magic he's got under his fingers is what we do, and obviously it's only a matter of time before the success comes through. We've worked as a team now for a couple of rounds, and all the hard work's kind of starting to pay off. So, mate, I can't tell you exactly what was going on because I was having a bit of a break at the time, and I just let Chris do his thing.
Well, Chris certainly did a superb job finishing or getting that absolutely perfect. And how have you found the new updates to the car? A little bit of a tweak to the tyre model. How would you say that's affected the car, and how have you had to change your setups to adjust to it?
Yeah, mate, I think...
You go ahead, mate. All good.
No worries, mate. Sorry. I think the cold tyre pace is definitely better. It's good to have a lot more, obviously, supercar drivers jumping on of the recent times, and I think iRacing have taken a lot of their feedback on board as to how the car should be handling. So on the cold tyre pace is obviously a lot more improved. We don't have that over rotation at low speed, which we did have before on a cold or a used tyre. It's a bit more lateral grip. So as a driver, obviously, anywhere you can get more grip and, obviously more pace out of the car is always going to be fun, and that's what we want at the end of the day. So it's a big leap forward. It's, obviously a step in the right direction. It's not perfect, but, it is what it is so far. So we'll take it.
Well, congratulations, guys. It was an awesome race win, and it's the least that you guys deserve after coming closer a couple of times this season. Before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, we'll just thank our sponsors, Valvoline, Too Easy Finance, Western Mazda, Parramatta, Isuzu Ute. Just like to thank Chris and Harley as well for all their hard work during the week. Jamie and all the boys at United for being really good teammates and being really supportive. And this one's for them, so really happy for them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, guys, and we'll see you back next week.
Cheers. Thanks, boys.
So that was Farzan Al-Nabi and Harley Haber winning out for United Sim Sports today. Daniel, who are we going to have a chat with next?
Up next, we'll bring up Michael Taliancic and Andrew Gillum, coming home in second place tonight. Where are we? Hang on, get him in here. Well done. All right, Michael and... I think we were the wrong one. Hey, gentlemen, sorry. Michael, Andrew, mate, guys, congratulations. Second place tonight. Apologies for that. Fantastic run out there for you both tonight. How did you find the car? Obviously, with the late updates to iRacing, you guys put on a fantastic run.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, with the new tyre, the tyre's a bit more forgiving, and there's a bigger reward, I think, for driving the car smoother. So, in terms of an endurance race, I think it was a much more enjoyable race with the new tyre.
It certainly had its challenges, but being thrown at us on the day.
Well, yeah, definitely. I was keeping an eye on some of the comments coming up through the community today with how the tyres were going, and look like it's certainly going to provide some interesting racing. I think we saw that as a result of that. Pursuit Sim Racing coming on fantastically well over the last few rounds. We've seen some great runs from from the team, especially since Oran Park. And have you guys found something that's just seemed to have clicked for you guys? Because the pace is certainly very, very good at the moment.
Oh, we've always been there or thereabouts. Sometimes it's just who turns up on the day. Some of our better drivers have a lot of other commitments, so they can't always turn up. But yeah, I think we're coming together really well as a team, getting more active and getting a lot of practice in for these events.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess, Andrew, question for you, double stinting at the end there. Looked like very consistent as far as tyres went. How did you find that? Because you guys kind of, I guess, watching what unfolded out in front, what were your thoughts as that all came through?
Well, originally I was just racing Andrew for fourth because on the safety car we had a good, 10 lapped cars that were all fighting between themselves between myself and Andrew. So we lost a lot of that track position at that last safety car, and we were just racing Andrew for fourth, and we come across the line and we're third, and I see Andrew Dyson disconnected come up on the top of the screen and we're in second, and I'm just like, yeah, a bit of a Brad me moment is all I could think. I had no idea why it was happening at the time, but it was just a bit of a gift, if anything.
Oh, mate, you never look a gift horse in the mouth. So, as far as I've been told, it's always a good thing. Next race, we're off to Belle Isle. Obviously, completely different circuit to what we've been at tonight for Barcelona. How do you guys enjoy that circuit, or do you enjoy the circuit? And how do you think the cars are going to perform out there?
I think we should be on really strong for that round. We've got quite a few people in the team that absolutely love that circuit, and a few that don't so much, but we expect to be hopefully racing for podiums as usual.
Definitely. Well, mate, again, both of you, congratulations on the run tonight. It was an absolutely stellar job coming home in second place. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you guys would like to give a shout out and a thanks to for helping us along the way?
Yeah, well, massive shout out to Track Racer, who have been with us for a while, as well as MX TV, and got 6 Gear Imagery been helping out there now with their photography. And big shout out to you guys doing the broadcast and everyone behind the scenes doing all the race control. It's not a fun job, and they probably get a lot of slack for it, but they do a great job, so thanks to them.
Fantastic, guys. Well, yeah, congratulations on the result tonight, second place, and we'll look forward to catching up with you both again at Belle Isle.
Cool. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the broadcast.
So I think our last interviews are going to be with the Premier Racing Team drivers. We have got Brian Borg, and we should get Marlon McMullen as well. Well done, guys. Third place. That was that must have been pretty tricky to keep up with, because you seem to go from 9th to 3rd in about 5 minutes near the end of that race.
I'll tell you what, that was one of the most stressful races I've been, under pressure. But I'm not even too sure what happened in the last 2 stints. But just put my head down and bum up, I guess. Focused as hard as I could, and I was able to sort of just focus, on myself. And that battle with Cooper towards the end, though, that was real pressure, intense stuff. So I think we were going as fast as we could, 110 maximum all the way. And just even before that, setting up the whole race, going from P19, I could never have imagined that. So Borgie did a really great job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure who started the race for you two, but I mean, how was it negotiating those first few laps? Because it's tricky in that midfield. It's tricky to avoid any collisions, and it was really close at the start of the race.
Yeah, well, I started the race, and I got to say, I got a blinder of a start, and if it wasn't for that start, I would have been in that accident because that accident just happened right in front of me. So I was lucky enough just to see it as it was happening, so I could avoid it, and everyone else behind me practically was involved in that accident. So I reckon the race start was pretty much what we went from. I think it was P17 to P10 in the first lap.
And then we had of course, we had the first safety car, and then we had the second safety car. What was your thinking in terms of how much fuel to put in the car under that second safety car? Because it seemed like you put in more fuel than some other teams, which meant that you had a shorter final stop. Was that correct? What was like your thinking there?
Yeah, we just try to keep it filled to the brim because we weren't too sure what was going to happen with the end of the race. So before that second safety car came out, I was sort of concocting a strategy in my head of, well, if we can get this car under, I think 45, 50 minutes, we might be able to do one less pit stop on the field. So, but that all, fell apart very quickly when the safety car came. So, plans change, and I just sort of was trying to figure out how much fuel to put in for the last stop. You don't know if you put too much or too little in, but I got it just right. So I'll say today was one of those Goldilocks sort of day where it was just right. And yeah, Borgie and I drove really well together, and we negotiated both our stints really well. So really happy.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic drive from you guys. And next up, we head to a very different circuit. Belle Isle divides opinion. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Considering the way the car's handling, I'm interested to get down there and see how it goes, really. I'm finding a really positive feedback from the steering wheel now, so yeah.
Definitely a very, different set of circumstances when we go to Belle Isle. Obviously, walls all around us, so we'll see how everyone goes. But yeah, with this car lately, with the new patch, it's been really... Today at Catalunya, it's been such a positive reception, I guess, throughout the field, and I love it myself. I've been racing around mostly the back of the field for the last few weeks, so it's been refreshing to jump about 20 positions up and get back on the broadcast and come in for one of these interviews once in a while.
Yeah, well, certainly very happy to welcome you back, Marlon. Congratulations out there. Before we let you go, is there any shout-outs you'd like to give to anyone?
Yeah, just want to say thank you to our sponsors. Obviously, Weststar Trucks is still continuing on our car, and Race Sims has come along, and they've been great. And also just, Marlon for, we've been through the up and downs, but obviously today's an up, so hopefully there's more of this to come.
And thanks for, Borgie, for putting up with all my excessive language and, angry a few last weeks, because it's been really stressful. But, we've got through the issues, and thanks to West End Mazda as well for keeping up the support with me. So hopefully, this is just the start of, I'd say my season's over. I ain't going to go for that championship. I don't care about that, but I just want to get some podiums. And if we get in the top 5, I'll be happy with that.
Absolutely. Well, congrats, guys. Really good job today, and best of luck next week.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thanks for the broadcast.
Yeah, see you.
That was Brian Borg and Marlon McMullen finishing in third place today for Premier Racing Team. I think that will pretty much round us off with chats to all the top 3 teams. And Daniel, next week we, like I said before, head to Belle Isle. It's not going to be easy to overtake. Let's say that's so. We've had a few important qualifying so far this season. That's going to be another one. I think that's going to be a really interesting race, especially with the strategy as well, with the undercuts, the overcuts. Yeah, I can't wait for that one. Only 1 week. It's no week break as well. It's coming up next Friday as well, so that's really good.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, next week, obviously, we've got Belle Isle. It's a circuit that is going to provide a whole host of new, unique challenges that, so far removed from what we had tonight at Barcelona here. But, it's very reminiscent of the harshness that we get with Sebring, especially through that first sector. Then you compound it by throwing in the walls. You got a little bit of undulation change. you want to steer clear of the curves because it unsettles the car. It's got a whole mix of different stuff that we didn't have to deal, or that the guys haven't dealt with tonight. Obviously, the advantage, they're now going to have an extra week, and they've had a solid 4 hours in race conditions to get on top of the new tyre model and get a lot of valuable data, which will help sort that out as well. But yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Qualifying is going to be all critical. The further you are up the front, the less chance you have of getting into an incident. And I mean, for the guys that remember IndyCar, I believe it was last year, might have been the year before, we saw someone take a safety car out there and loop it in, not even racing, just turned it across the top of the hill. We got guys that are going to be throwing these cars around super quick, and there's every opportunity that you can do that. It won't take very much to do it. And the minute you throw a wall in or you collide with a wall, you turn that car into a ping pong. And I feel sorry for anyone behind who can't get their car slowed up fast enough, but it's going to provide one hell of an event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. We're all looking forward to that one. We'll be a fantastic host for round 10 of the AOSC Super Series. Before we go, I'll give another big thanks to all the sponsors, because after all, they are the guys who make this possible. Without them, then this series really wouldn't be the success that it is. So, of course, Acuta Solutions doing rigging, hardware and safety equipment. Next Level Racing, working on racing and flight cockpits. Brutzy Raceware doing custom sim racing gear and also real racing gear as well. Motes and Simulations, who have VR sim racing centres across Australia. Night Riders Designs doing personalised liveries for drivers and teams on iRacing. Wolf Graphics doing personalised stickers and signs. And by the way, thanks to Wolf Graphics, because they sent me some stickers with my name on it. It's really cool. So thanks to them. Sam Blacklock Media, he'll be doing the race highlight photos, and do certainly check out the AOSC Facebook page, because you'll be able to see the highlight photos there, I believe. So do watch that one. And also Race Management Service as well, who's doing the live race control for all the rounds. Thanks to the stewards, thanks to the organisers, thanks to the drivers as well for making this race absolutely superb. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We certainly enjoyed it up in the commentary booth, and hopefully you'll be back with us for round 10 of the season next week. Of course, if you've enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it, and also do check out more on the iRacing Esports Network. Loads of other action, plenty of other supercars action as well, actually. And also check out Apex Racing TV. It's our local channel, and we are doing loads of broadcasts currently on that. I mean, certainly if you're American, certainly do check out that, because we're doing so many American broadcasts at the moment with the current situation. Lots of people going towards sim racing, and certainly do subscribe to that as well. But yeah, once again, hopefully you'll tune in next week on Friday, similar time to this, from Belle Isle. But from me, from Daniel, and from Scott, we're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you next time.